potentially go, and we align that with our levels, and we'll look to take advantage. The cool thing is, since we're day traders, guys, we can care less. Right? I like to say we can care less, but we're not careless, right? So what that simply means is whichever way it goes, we'll be there for it. So I'm not coming into the day being bullish, being bearish. I'm completely neutral, and just convince me. All right, convince me. All right, I collect the evidence and I make a decision. Right, so whether it goes up, whether it goes down, as long as it's moving, we'll have some sort of way to capitalize off the opportunity. All right, so very, very important, and we do take advantage of that. So before we jump into the game plan, I want to bring this to your attention. Weekly chart on SPY, of course, weekly chart on SPY. You can see we're still inside, right at that 5% pullback territory. And of course, we're sitting right under that 200 EMA on SPY. 200 EMA on SPY. So by the end of the week, if we just kind of look forward, tomorrow is Friday. By the end of the week, which way do we close is going to be critical for next week, right? Which way we close is going to be critical for next week, especially if that candle on SPY can stay inside on that weekly, right? So the bulls, what they need to do is see if they can get a close above that 200 EMA. Get a close above that 200 EMA and see if you can keep this candle inside. And then next week, there's a potential, you can potentially try to push this thing back up for a 2-1-2 reversal. If that 2-1-2 reversal fails, then it goes 2-1-2 continuation back to downside. So, okay, so it's in the best interest for the bulls, if there's real buyers, for them to get the close by tomorrow, 4 p.m. above that 200 EMA, and that can set the stage for something next week. But so far on the weekly, it's up for grabs. We're going back and forth. It is inside. So next week, we'll see a potential decision if we remain to be inside. If we take out the lows, if we take out these lows down here, that 644.72, right, 644.72, you can see this nice little compression under that 200 EMA, right? Then that means we continue the selling we saw from last week. All right, just want to give you that bigger picture perspective, and let's jump right into our game plan. So game plan chart. So yesterday, the game plan was we peak above PMH. We're going to take it to the downside because it's a rejection zone, 595.32, 662.64. Same thing, that zone stays the same, stays intact. Within that zone, I did create this smaller zone within that zone, a more precise zone in this territory. Here we do have that resistance, that override resistance, but this overall zone, it's hard for me to be bullish until proven otherwise when price comes into this territory. As we're approaching these lows down here, between that 649.80, 650.56, I'm going to use this as a test zone, which means this zone is up for grabs. We can get above it, can we get below it, but we want to see some kind of separation away from it. A separation away from it will give us a clear directional move in either back to this territory here or back down to that bounce area there. So as we're coming to these lows, this is simply Tuesday's lows. So again, I want to see if we do get some buyers to pick this thing back up. Do we have enough fuel to at least retrace back into that daily downside breaker, right? Which then opens up the door for potential retrace reject or reclaim. But I'm going to pay close attention to what takes place at that pre-market low. So pre-market low coincides closely with Tuesday's lows. You can see structurally also, we have this nice little support, start to break. This is the first pivot. Right, this is the first pivot off that break. So I'm really interested to see what kind of a move takes place off of this test zone. Right, so if we can create separation either way, more than likely, we can start to utilize these runways. Right, so in this case, if we get that nice bounce, come sweep that pre-market low, get that nice bounce, we have room into here. If it turns into a reclaim, we have room into there. If it gets back to daily downside breaker and it comes into it and it starts to reject, we have room back to this territory. Right, if we slice and dice right through this 649.80, 650.56, okay, then we have room into that monthly, that quarterly downside breaker, okay, and if we can hold below that, we have more room into this territory here. So everything is basically situational, right? Everything is situational. We have our runway set. We have our areas we want to see price move to. We go from point A to point B, all right? So the trading style you want to implement is point A to point B, point A to point B. You don't need point A to point Z. Unless you're using further data contracts, right? It's very difficult to get point A to point Z, right? So go point A to point B, okay, point A to point B, okay, you don't need to catch the whole thing, all right? So again, if you want to catch the whole thing, further out your time horizon, give yourself some time. It's very possible, but I'm primarily focused on scalping these opportunities. So the first thing I want to see, guys, is some sort of separation away from 649.80, 650.56 that encompasses pre-market low. Ideally, what would be nice is, okay, since everyone is overly bearish with that gap down, we get that sweep of that pre-market low and get some sort of relief pop back the upside, right? Get some sort of relief pop back the upside, and that can set the stage for a nice little drop. But if it's going to pop, there's an opportunity, there's a window of opportunity for us to catch at the upside, right? We don't need to be directionally right for the entirety of the day. We just need to be right. We went over this, guys, 3 to 5 minutes at a time, right? So that's what I'm looking at this morning. And again, either way, whichever way it goes, we'll be there for it to capitalize off the best opportunities. All right. So again, off the open, let the market digest the data. off the open, let the market digest the data, and allow the price to come to your levels. Okay, tomorrow is Friday, guys. So again, if you're green up into this point, all right. So make sure to take the appropriate steps to ensure you don't give back too much of your profits. If it means you need to be done trading for the week and you're green, I don't blame you. You want to see that first green week. You want to make sure you're doing the right things and start building that momentum. Tomorrow's a Ramp Down Friday. We do have a lot of new members of our team. So Ramp Down Friday just simply means we size all the way down to minimize any damage, to minimize any bad decision making. So if there's bad decision making that does take place on Fridays, it's going to happen with very, very little size. All right. So we're just playing defense. So now you can start thinking of playing defense and start thinking, hey, you know what? There is less time. All right, you're almost at the finish line. Okay, so you're almost at the finish line. So you're going to close as strong as you can going into the end of the week. All right, so very, very important. So protocol number one, let the market digest the data off the open. We're looking to gap down. Index are looking to gap down as well. So we'll see where we go from there. All right, any questions, guys, let me know. A couple of chart requests. I do have a couple of chart requests, a couple of charts to share. ExxonMobil inside, again, directional move on ExxonMobil, potentially brewing. We do have Dell. Dell continues to rip and run, continuation. We have Palantir looking to potentially start to retrace. It started to break down already. Retrace, reject out that 154.56. We have Netflix potential inside, breakdown below 91.24. Okay, so pay attention to that. If we get a breakdown across the board, these names are primed to break down. Palantir, Netflix, Uber, Starbucks, and we have Walmart. So Walmart can break above that 123.48 and make a nice push into that territory. So if these four break down, we might see a nice little push on Walmart above that 123.48 for that test of this resistance up there. Okay, so pay attention to those levels, pay attention to those names, and we'll take it from there. All right, so again, any questions, guys? Any questions? Let's get started on YouTube. First things first, mark out your levels when things open up, and we'll take it from there. Okay. Cash is a position, 100%. Your win rate is 100%. Cash. Just fix the charts a little bit. So nice little gap down. Nice little gap down there. Nice gap on USO. Yeah, if energy's hot, that ExxonMobil inside candle break would be nice. Matter of fact, ExxonMobil, I'm going to throw an alert above that 165.16. Okay, that means it's going to continue the buying. So I'm going to throw an alert right there on Exxon. Okay. Any questions, guys? JP Morgan, investors flee to cash as uncertainty surges. Good morning, guys. Okay, let's get it fired up on YouTube. Okay, top of the morning, traders. Welcome to the most value packed live trader show where we live trade, break down charts, cover high impact events, and talk trader mindset. I hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity filled day. Again, first things first, we did have the unemployment claims that came in. Unemployment claims data just came in this morning, so it's very important that you let the market digest the data off the open. Came in a little weaker than came in higher than the previous reading, but close to being in line with that forecast. So be very, very careful off the open. Wait for your setups. What happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today stays in today. Let's look to take advantage of the best opportunities. Risk accordingly. Manage your positions accordingly. And let's take it from there. Looks like the mic was on the whole time. So hopefully you guys got a small audio preview of what we do every single day in pre-market prep. Okay. Good morning. Our open is 652.06. 652.06. First things first, how do we play with that PML? Okay, what is our relationship with PML? So it looks like the Dow's already at that daily downside breaker. Okay, nice gap down. So this month, guys, gap downs and gap ups. Okay, there's a master class on gap downs and gap ups. This is basically you're drinking through a fire hose. All right, gap down, gap ups, and all the things you may think of gap downs and gap ups, they're put to the test this month. All right, so it's not as easy as it seems to trade gap ups and gap downs, right? We know the old adage, right? Just the blanket statement, every gap gets filled. What does that really mean? Okay. So being put to the test, that old adage is being put to the test today. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Shaz. Good morning, Jay Jackson. Good morning, EC. Good morning, Structure. Good morning, Retail Investor. Good morning, Jane. Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, AR. Good morning, Shaz. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, MB Billionaire. Good morning. Alexis. Good morning. So I had the mic on while the pre-market prep was there. So the pre-market prep is for our private members. So that's why you guys couldn't see the screen during pre-market prep. All right. So again, as you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. Smash the like button. Pre-market low. Pre-market low is 650.21. 650.21. 650.21. Take out the VWAP real quick. Okay, Shockwave 15. All right, the Shockwave 15 has been on fire the past couple of days. That's going to be available, okay, next week. Shockwave 15. Highly anticipated Shockwave 15 system. All right. Let the market digest the data. We're seeing the VIX collapse under 27. Okay, go. Okay, pre-market lows right here. So PML coincides closely with this 650 psychological level, along with guys, that daily downside target. Okay, so there's a couple of key levels that are converging in this area. All right, so if you're looking to go short in that territory, use an additional layer of confluence. All right, so you wanted some confirmation before going short in that area. The only ones that are looking to make any decisions at the current moment is the orb. Is Trump speaking? We'll get that coverage as well at 10 a.m. Okay, we can see some volatility coming in. That would be interesting. We did see a IW make a run into that daily downside breaker. Okay, retrace, reject right there. That opportunity came in early. So if you do trade the first few minutes, 249.95 retrace, reject, present an opportunity. About a 90-cent opportunity. Looks like the Qs are headed south first. The Qs are the closest ones to their PML. Okay, so can the Qs drag everything lower? PML on the Qs 580.62. 580.62. See if the Qs, mega caps, can drag everything lower. Okay, we're starting to course correct on the VIX. Go back to the upside. Let me mark out this BOGTOG. You might be asking, hey, you know what? What is Monday's gap fill? Okay, Monday's gap fill. Monday's gap has officially been. Where's Monday? Not yet. So Monday's gap fill, okay? Monday's gap fill is 648.53. Okay, 648.53. Cabinet meeting, okay, let's take a look at it.
1,000 military targets.
Okay. We'll have that just in case. Okay. All right, so it looks like cabinet meeting will be taking place. I mean, I gotta give the president a little bit some credit, guys. I mean, this guy just does he even sleep? All right, the pace, you can't keep up with the pace, with the work ethic. Like it or not, right, you're not gonna be able to outwork. Okay, it's very difficult to outwork a person with that kind of drive. All right, so a 5-minute orb. Your time is here. If you're looking to trade the 5-minute orb, let me mark out those levels. Okay, so 651.03, 651.03. That's the 5-minute orb. If you trade the 5-minute orb. Okay, we're starting to see the VIX wake up here. Can the Qs go to PML? It's a question of who goes to PML first. Good morning, Antsy. Good morning. Turbo. How do I get the big 5-minute? This is a daily candle here. So indicator PO3. PO3 indicator. Okay. So that's not my indicator. That's available to everybody. So this gives me some context. Okay. You can already visually see where we are, right? Over time, you'll be able to, based on what's going on here, you'll be able to understand and be able to see what's going on bigger picture, but this is bigger picture what's going on currently. All right. So in relation to that daily open, the only things above that the daily open is currently the Dow and IW. Okay. So we're seeing a little bit of rock in a hard place. Okay, for SPY. We're seeing the Dow holding up. The Dow's at that daily downside breaker. It's right there, 461. The Qs are dumping and SPY is stuck in between. Okay, SPY is stuck in the middle. 5-minute orb breakdown, 651.03. If you do trade that, use confirmation. Use your confirmation. So we'll have that coverage for you guys. Again, guys, we have 150 people joining us right out the gate. Smash the like button. Help us get to 4,200 subs. 4,200 subs. We can do it, guys. All right. So far, no trades. Just waiting. Strikers, what we're looking for is that we want to first see what kind of relationship we have with this level down here. Okay, what kind of relationship do we have with this level down here? Okay, retrace, reject off daily downside breakers up there. Or come sweep these lows down here, show some signs of life. No sweep, retrace, reject below 560.56. All right, so we're prepared on both sides. As long as it goes, it goes. So if the president does decide to speak, we'll have that coverage for you here. Okay, I usually like the coverage of the AP because it's not a news channel, right? It just gives you the raw footage. Okay. Good morning, Wayne. Marsha, can you show me where the chart is again on the Discord for your screens? Yes. So that is right here, guys. If you go under trading desk, okay, go to trading desk, go to auto charting, okay, bird's eye view and striker chart. This is striker chart. Bird's eye view is the one we review every single morning. Okay. So SPY is stuck between a rock and a hard place. We know why. That's one of those scenarios. Rock and a hard place. SPY is being pulled. Okay. Qs are saying let's go down. The Dow is saying let's go up. So what happens to SPY in that case? Palantir. Yeah, Palantir was one of them. Look at Palantir, guys. Palantir potential. That was a beautiful dump on Palantir. Right, there's the thing is with the market, guys, there's so many opportunities. Right, it's almost, I always say, it's opportunity overload. All right, so beautiful job. Looks like someone caught one of our, the names we were watching today were Exxon. Okay. Dell, Palantir, Netflix, Uber, Starbucks, Walmart. So Palantir fell off a cliff. Good night, Palantir. So if that 150 can't hold on Palantir, you can see that nice little flag potentially forming on Palantir. Nice little bear flag. All right, so that 5-minute orb low has been broken, has been violated. 5-minute orb traders, if you take the break or if you wait for confirmation, the ripple is available. If you're waiting for the hold, not quite yet. The Qs are at that PML, 580.62. Qs are at PML. So the way the Qs interact with PML will be critical here. So all eyes currently on the Qs and this interaction. All right, all eyes on the Qs in this interaction because the IW, small caps, is trying to move higher. The Dow is trying to move higher. The Dow wants to get above that daily downside breaker. So if the Dow and IW continue to push higher and the Qs catch a bit off that PML, more than likely this can start dragging us a little higher as well. But how high? Back to daily open possibly. All right. Good morning, Tux Master. Good morning, guys. Good morning. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Throw the ones in the chat. If you're a returning viewer, twos in the chat. Okay, if you're an OG viewer, if you've been watching us for more than 10 episodes, put the threes in the chat. So I did reshuffle the Discord a little bit, guys. Okay, I did add some more futures to Discord. Okay, so we're going to continue to do that over time. All right. Try to add as much value, provide as much value to our members, to our team. There is a video that I did drop in the Discord. You may want to go watch that breaks down each channel. If you go to the Discord navigation, okay, this is the 2025, of course. That's old. I'm going to leave it there. But this one right here, right, 2026 update. It gives you a breakdown of each of the channels. Okay. So welcome back, Suki, Inner Joy, OG, welcome back, Structure, welcome back, HHPPCBD, welcome back, MW Forget Work, thank you for supporting the channel, welcome back, Monty, welcome back, Jimmy, welcome back, Sol Invictus Dominion, welcome back, William, welcome back, Cowboy, thank you for supporting the channel, welcome back. Okay, Q's, nice bounce off PML on the Q's. Okay, that was a nice little bounce on the Q's off PML. Nice opportunity there. For us to take the top off of those highs, okay? 27 VIX breakdown. 27 VIX breakdown. Shockwave 15 hours coming. Let me take this PO3 off so I can get the Shockwave 15. So it really came down to how the Q's interacted. The Q's, nice move on the Q's. Okay, nice move on the Q's, but $1 million question for the Q's is, can we get back above VWAP? That's a nice little bounce, okay, but can we get back above that VWAP? Okay, that's a sufficient bounce for a scalper. 580.62 to 581.55. That's close to $1. Okay, IW is coming back to that daily downside breaker. So it looks like the Dow has reclaimed. Prior day's lows. Dow has reclaimed prior day's lows, headed towards PMH. IWM's reclaiming prior day's lows. Q's above VWAP. See if they can hold. VIX just shot right below that 27. Morning, Hero. Couldn't be there to trade with you guys this morning. Stay sharp. Absolutely, brother. You have a great day. All right, so 5-minute orb, other side. So it came down to the Qs. So now can the Dow hold above PMH? Came down to the Qs. I want to see if we can hold above this territory here. Now we're in the jaws of the gap. In the jaws of the gap down. Next level we have is the 50% retrace of Monday's gap. That weekly gap right here. That's the first hurdle. All right, a couple of seconds away from shockwave hour. Nice break of that level. That bounce on the Qs was what set it off. Nice reclaim of 249.55. The Dow is leading the way here, guys. The Dow is carrying us higher. Small caps also running. And you don't take that break out of this downward compression of that orb. That was a nice push. All right, shockwave hour is here. Shockwave hour is here. Ivy, again, that's new territory for us, guys. The 30s is new territory. Look at that nice push. Okay, we're above that. Yesterday's bottom of the gap. That's no longer relevant because we filled it. The daily downside breaker is right here. Okay, shockwave triggered. No signal yet. IWM is above that PMH. IWM is above that PMH. 653.05 retest. Give me that retest in this area. I'll be there for it. Using that daily downside breaker, 654.24 as the risk. So I'll look at the 655s here. Okay, let me see if I can get a nice little drop. Come a little closer. Come a little closer so I can get that good entry. In the meantime, I want the VIX to stay below 27. Continue to go south. Q's already gave that It's signaling the scale out. Come back a little lower. I want to get that good entry. And this might be gone. All right, this has room to that 654.24. Just drop a little bit. If it drops a little bit, comes as close as possible to 653.06, I'll be there for it in this key zone. That'll be my first trade. There goes IW. Scale out on IW. Scale on the Qs provided. Come a little closer. A little closer. A little in. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna take it right there. I'm in the calls here. SPY calls. Risk. Don't close below this key zone. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Up 9. TP where you need to, up 10. I'm going to take some off right there at 10. Thank you very much. See if that could continue push. First scale out at 10. See if that continue push. Go, go, go. So this key zone is going to be my NC now. No close. Up 18. There we go. There we go. There we go. Beautiful job. Scale out if you need to. First scale out reminder. Room to 654.24. Up 27. Up 30. There we go. Up 30. I'm take some more off right there. At 27. Okay. Who took that? Dollar signs in the chat, guys, if you took that. We have room to 654.24. Scale out reminder given. That target is 654.21. So it's a great time to TP. Okay, I'll close it right there at 20.25. Okay, so thank you very much. First scale out 10, close the rest at 25. All right, so scale out, that scale out right there. Did get as high as 27.28, but I'll take it right there, 2 minutes of work. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat, guys, powered by Shockwave 15. So even though the signal came in, I still want to get that retest entry. All right, so everything hit. Everything hit. If we take a look at QQQ, scale out on QQQ, IWM. IWM scale out there is about to hit TP. The reason why I'm going to close it in that area is because you know why? Going back to the game plan, team. Going back to the game plan, we talked about that retrace reject off of that this area. How this area can be very, very strong. All right, there can be a lot of selling pressure up there. All right, because that's the target. That's what I use as the target. This area here. Okay. So what we did is we just rode that last little piece into this area. That prior day's lows. Okay. So if you took that, dollar signs in the chat. All right. Power of scalping, guys. Power of scalping. Beautiful job, 10%. Close at last. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Hussein. All right, if you're still in, runners, all right, just mark out your NC. Mark out your NC. That was a nice pop. That was this pop right here was nice. Bang, holding a 1DT call. Made easy on SPY SPX. Beautiful job, Sancho. 1K days. All right, that's the new standard. 75% for Turbo off the QQQ. Beautiful job, Turbo. Probably that close to that PML bounce entry. Beautiful, beautiful job. You got a front row seat, first class seat, one and done. Beautiful job, Firefly. There we go. So everything hit. So if you're done, guys, be done. All right. So I mean, we wake up and 20+% in 2 minutes. What more do we want? Okay, what more do we want? All right, you have to utilize trading for what it's meant for. Do the most amount of damage with the least amount of time. Good damage, okay? Maybe that's not the right word, but absolutely underrated nerd, dollar sign, beautiful. Outputs Palantir, good call out, good, good, good. If you're still babysitting some runners, all right, so just mark out your NC. Okay. I'm going to try to keep it as clean as possible. This week, my goal is to try to keep it as clean as possible. Right? Clean execution, clean entries. There's a couple of times I took the other side accidentally, right? But course corrected. Right, so continue to refine that. Who's still in? Who's holding runners? So the hurdle for you, if you're holding runners, is right here, 654.24. Right? So if we can get above that, you're golden, but it's going to need a lot of things to get above that. It's going to need the VIX to continue to go south. It's going to need the Qs to continue to go. Qs hit TP1. Qs hit TP1. Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day, guys? Tomorrow's Friday. Beautiful job, beautiful job, beautiful job. I'm telling you, all we need is an opportunity. If you're still holding, diamond handing, TP hit. All right, you're probably up 30+% depending on your entry. Okay, so first idea, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful scalp. All right, so hit TP already. And we know this is that daily downside breaker. Can it continue to push above it? Sure. But coming into it, this is somewhat of resistance. All right, so that's why you can see that TP is right there automatically for you. Okay, this is the first trade we took. All right, YouTube is delayed, guys. YouTube, there's a 30-second delay. All right, so keep in mind, this is not intended to be a signal service. It's for educational purposes, so that delays there intentionally. All right, so I want you to learn from these trades, from the rationale, okay, from the breakdown, from the walkthrough, before, during, and after the trade. But if you want that real-time experience, the delay-free experience, okay, then you have to be in our community. All right, but just with the delay, okay, you still can learn a ton of things. All right. Beautiful job, Shaz. Beautiful job, Mimi. What calls did I take? I went for the 655s. Who's holding runners? Who's on the runner train? Who's diamond handing runners? I did not enter this time. Beautiful job, Joe. I'm still in. Beautiful, beautiful. If we can hold above 654.24, continue to push, target 2 approaching. So during that time, what you need everything else to continue to show strength. Qs are strong, and that 5-minute looks strong. PMH is coming up, 64.73. That's the next challenge. All right, so it's coming into this area, all right, this zone between that PMH and this daily downside breaker. So you're going to need this thing to pick up some speed here. All right, the cool thing is, going into that level, going into resistance, you're in profit. All right, so best protocol is, best practice would be scale out, take the profits, take a majority off the table. And if you feel like you want to see if you can get above it, see that 5-minute, 1 minute, we can get some holds above on the 1, a couple of holds above it, and eventually the 5 gets above it. All right, so and that way, if it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, no harm, no foul, risk taken off the table already. All right, so let's see. Q still have strength there. So this really came down to, so right out the gate, we saw the Dow and IW holding up. So we saw the Dow getting bought up. We saw the small caps getting bought up. And we saw the Qs getting sold off. So if the Qs could course correct, that's going to allow the SPY to wake up. Okay. I have 653, 65 as rejection zone. Yeah, that's definitely between 654.24, 654.73, right? That is a rejection zone. So it has to be proven otherwise. Okay, so already, look, if you see, it says take the calls here, scale out there. If you want to continue to hold, that's up to you. This is, we got as high as 27% while I was in the position on my last scale out. And then, of course, it says TP here. All right, but if you give me double digits within a minute, I take some off. If you give me 20% plus within 2 minutes, I'm taking some off as well, knowing that there's some overhead resistance. All right, so smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button, guys. I'm done 2 contracts, made over 300. That's the power of trading options, guys. Okay, that's the power of trading options. Anyone else, strikers? How we doing, strikers? Who's done for the day? Beautiful job, Marsha. Always crushing it. IWM? Yeah, that's going to be that overhead. Yep, you're right. 100%, Lynn, right there. Colliding with that. Look at the Dow. Okay, we're set. Game plan was set. What was the game plan, guys? What do we need to see? And we need to break below that 27. All right. What do we need crude to do? We need crude to start breaking down. Headed towards where? Away from 95 towards this territory here. Okay. So it's not just we're randomly clicking buttons and taking calls and puts. There's a method to the madness. There's strategy. There's technique behind everything we do. All right. All that technique is illustrated during the game plan. So this 30-minute chart still looks engulfing. So again, let's see if we can get that 5-minute hold above this territory. If we can, what that simply means is if we can get above this, we are in prior day's range. All right. So what's likely to happen? So the bulls need to convince us. We need to prove this otherwise. Okay. UPO coming into it as resistance. We give it the benefit of the doubt. Okay. The bulls have to do more work here than the bears. All right. Think of it like an away game. All right. So think of resistance as like an away game for the bulls. Think of support, okay, as an away game for the bears. Coming into it, they're going to have to do more. All right. Sometimes when you're playing an away game, the referees are not as friendly. Okay. They get whistle happy for the home team. All right. So if you're taking the puts back to downside, you're on the target this NC. All right. I'm not sure if the president is scheduled. What time he's scheduled to speak? Soon. So soon. All right. So you want to take that retrace reject off that daily downside breaker. So those are the two things to pay attention to. We're coming to that daily downside breaker. If you're in that already, manage accordingly. Right. So we took it into there. Kind of how we talked about. Remember we talked about if you're waiting for a certain level on your chart, okay, you're implying that price is going to make that move towards it. Therefore, there is an opportunity within an opportunity. So everybody has a chance. So again, what are you targeting here? Back to the downside, you're targeting here. That's your target. Okay, this is a key zone. You have to respect it. If you don't respect it, guess what? Market says thank you very much. Market says thank you very much. All right, so again, we're seeing a little back and forth in this tight zone here between that 654.24, 652.73. Nice little bounce off that key zone. Look at that bounce. Look at this bounce. Wow. Key zone bounce. Wow. All right, question is, can we get above 654.73? So if you're still in this, there's no stop out yet. All right, say if you opted not to take TP and it's just a make or break. I mean, granted, if it gets all the way back here, more than likely you're not going to see that much appreciation as you've seen here. Say if this is up 50%, now it's probably up 40% because a little bit of that theta kicks in. If we can hold above that daily downside breaker, okay, it's going to come down to this key zone team. Okay, so can we hold above this, continue to push, or are we running out of steam? Okay, so be careful in this area, guys. All right, so just going back and forth. Let the dust settle. Again, smash that like button, guys. Let's get 100 likes before 10:30. That's the goal every single day. If you are enjoying the content, make sure you're subscribed. All right, if you want to take advantage of what are the full features of our community, okay, jump in our Discord. All right. So in the meantime, as we're in this area, I'm gonna just let it play out. Okay, a lot of back and forth. Let it sort itself out. I'll be on the sidelines here. All right. Let's go venturing into some other tickers here. Exxon. Dell. Netflix. After going inside, Netflix is ripping and running. Walmart. Okay. Walmart can be brewing, so pay attention to Walmart. Friend of Starbucks. Nice little scalp opportunity there in Starbucks. Palantir, that opportunity was basically right off the open. If you trade the opening bell, that's where that came in for that nice little drop. Oh, Robinhood took flight, filled that gap. Broadcom, messy chart, gap down. Shockwave hits target. Amazon. Okay, Amazon. Okay, see if Amazon can come back and retest 210.71. Amazon 210.71. 210.71. Retest on Amazon. As it wants to pursue that PMH. Let's see if Amazon can come back in here. Come back in here, Amazon. Risk would be a make or break, meaning either get stopped out or hit target, unlike SPY, which I like to scalp. I'll throw an alert right there. More than likely, we're going to need SPY to get above this key zone for Amazon to continue to accelerate. Google is down 1.4. Meta is down 2.9. Okay. Thank you for supporting the channel, HHPPCBD. Okay, got trapped at some push, but scaled out, but able to finish green. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If you're green, stay clean. So after one trade, at least give it some time for you to make a journal entry. So you don't want to go from one green trade to one trade to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. Have a in between. Okay, have a cool off period. So for you to digest what took place, right? Digest what took place and assess the next opportunity. Beautiful job. You took the bounce. Anyone take this bounce here off that key zone? That's beautiful. Even more beautiful than this. So we know that there's some buyers looking to protect this key zone. All right, we'll go as far as to say if we extend it. All right, I don't like to have massive, massive zones, but because I like, if you're a scalper, intraday trader, precision is key. So it's hard to be precise when your zone is this wide. All right, you can use the zones on a higher time frames to give you a general bias in that particular area, right? But we know that there's buyers willing to protect price in this territory. So those bounces can provide an opportunity in this area. Okay, until prove otherwise. So we come into this overhead resistance, that rejections of that key zone there between that 654.24 and that 64.73 PMH, and then we're starting to push back the downside. All right, Amazon. Let's see what Amazon is up to. Okay, so if more than likely, if everything starts selling off, Amazon starts selling off as well. So we need some sort of relief on some of the indexes for Amazon to start to bounce. Take a look at Amazon. We can start to bounce. Amazon, these are the 27, so tomorrow's contracts. Looking at the 210. They got the 212.50s, 215s. I think this, okay, Amazon's already gone. All right. Right. Amazon is already gone. So that retest already took place. And it looks like it's left the station. Wow. All right. So Amazon. That was a nice bounce on Amazon. Look at that, guys. Nice bounce on Amazon. Just a little slow on making the decision and contract selection. But if you see Amazon, okay, it's gone. It's left the station. So what I like to look for is something that say something already breaks. Something already breaks. Shockwave gives us a signal. All right, then I like to see if it can come back and retest it rather than chase it. Okay, Amazon just filled that gap. The next obstacle for Amazon, in this case, if SPY can get above PMH, all right, if you did take his manager coordinate, scale it where you need to. If SPY can get above PMH, Amazon more than likely tries to move to that PMH. If SPY starts to slow down and can't get above this key zone, more than likely Amazon stays stagnant or starts to slide. So that might have been a nice little quick scalp opportunity on Amazon, AMZN, ticker symbol AMZN. Okay. So after you take your first trade and you're green, there's no pressure for you to do anything else. You choose, you decide, you become picky. Okay, the ball is in your court. You dictate the terms. Good morning, PY, Mander. Good morning, guys. As you're coming in, make sure to smash the like button. Okay, smash the like button. How are we doing, strikers? Any other trades? We're starting to slow down this territory here. IW, right? It's bumping its head above that at that 251.30 territory, 251.30s. That 50% retrace is right there. Okay. Starting to get a little messy in that area. Now look at that. Did you see that wick? So we're starting to see we get one or two of these candles. Let's see if we get that candle as well. We saw it a couple of days ago. Okay, that massive candle. Okay. Let me go to this real quick. So these candles, right? This one came in at exactly about 9, 10, 15-ish. And then the day before, we had this one that came in around 11:05, between 11 and 11:05. So between that 10 o'clock, 10:30 hour, we start to see some, past couple of days, it doesn't mean you have to see it today, past couple of days we've been seeing some massive manipulation candles. So on standby until the president, the IW, again, starting to reject out those highs, starting to slide. All right, I want SPY to sort itself out in this area. Okay, it can go either way. Low probability area. Okay, low probability zone. Means there's no real edge. Right? You don't know how long it's going to be here. You don't know if it's going to push to the upside and then pull back in. So let it sort itself out of this area, and then make some directional moves with some follow through. Until then, stand by. Appreciate the stream content and your clear delivery. Appreciate it, Sol Invictus Dominion. I feel like Netflix always runs in the morning, sells off. I have leaps. They're not looking good. Yeah, Netflix did look good off that 200 EMA. Looks like that opportunity. If you're in leaps off that 200 EMA on the weekly, maybe you're starting to slide a little bit back to downside. Maybe you already took a little bit of profits off the table. But it just depends on where your entry was. If you're looking to enter Netflix when it came into that 100 and that 200 EMA was right there on the daily, right, then that's a tough entry. Right? Because that happened to line up with the time when the market started to sell off as well. All right. Done for the day. Beautiful job, agent. Okay. Let's go take a look at the 15, the game plan chart. Okay, what does this look like, guys? Does this look like a reclaim as of now, or does it look like a retrace reject? Okay. So we're starting to come back that daily downside breaker, starting to push the downside. All right, where does this lead us now? Does this lead us, because we have a key zone right here. So if that key zone gets compromised, that's the last line of defense for the bulls. So they're going to do everything they can to buy this thing back up between this area here. Right, so the only way for us to continue to break down and get into these lows is we have to get past this zone here. They're going to defend this with their lives. So it's either you're short off some pops, okay, and looking to scale out when we get into the key zone. If you're looking to go short, that would probably be the best way to navigate. Okay, soon. Not sure when the cabinet meeting is, but we'll have the coverage for you. So if you're just joining us, we took one trade. Worked in our favor nicely. Go back, rewind to the 10. If you want to see the full breakdown, go back to 944. Between 944, all right, between 944 to 948. So within a 4-minute stretch, all right, you'll see the rationale for the idea, the execution, the management, and then the final scale out. So a nice 20% plus opportunity there. If we didn't have that overhead daily downside breaker there, right, then of course you can get that continued push. So PMH is right there as well, guys. So again, you can see this is resistance. You got to take things for what they are. All right. We don't get to choose what's support and resistance. The market tells us, price tells us what's support and resistance. We don't get to just make it up. So until proven otherwise, this is resistance. Keeping a close eye on that 15. So put in the chat. Put it in the chat. Do we flip or do we dip? Do we flip the resistance into support or do we dip? Flip or dip? Between now and 10:30. Between now and 10:30, about 16 minutes. In the next 16 minutes, do we flip or dip? Okay, let's take a listen.
And we're trying to find out who the 2% are because we think they may be the bravest people on earth. Now the Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security in an attempt to return to open borders where criminals come in from all over the world. From the Congo, they come. You know, the Congo opened its jails, released all of its prisoners into the United States of America through the...
IW is starting to pick up some steam here. Keep a close on IW. Above that 251.31, 251.30s.
Hurt badly by the Democrats who made 3 different deals with us over the last short period of time, breaking the original one and then breaking the current ones because they don't...
I'm going to get a different one, guys. I'm going to use the AP stream. Okay, that's an old clip. Okay, that's an old clip. That's not the actual clip. All right, so this one for the cabinet meeting is right here. So sometimes when you use news sources, what they do is they recycle the older clips until president starts speaking. Flip or dip. So he's not speaking yet. Cabinet meeting has not taken place yet. Cabinet meeting has not taken place yet. All right, because that one, it's more of a, not sure if it's a rally or if it's a speaking engagement, right? But the cabinet meeting has to be in the cabinet. See what the flow is looking like. I want to see SPY. So we're seeing some puts for tomorrow coming in. some sweeps. So we got some put sweeps coming in at 10-16. Some more put sweeps. So the flow has been primarily dominated by puts. So overall flow is bearish. Okay, so we're 60% out the money versus in the money. It's going to come down to this area here. All right, so it's going to come down to that area. So for this to break and to flip that resistance to support, what we need is all the indexes, especially the Qs and the Dow, starting to push the upside, and we need the VIX to work its way as quickly as possible to 28. And then get into that 28 territory and then create separation away from 28 to the downside. Okay. So we got flip, dip, 660, dip as usual, dip, flip, dip. According to higher time frames, we should dip, dip, dip. Trump is okay, full of it. Flip, lower order block on bookmap, much stronger than when we keep bouncing. Okay. So everyone can agree that the next big move is going to be related to what takes place here. All right, so let me take this off here. Okay. So let price decide. If you want to decide, let price decide first. All right, 12 minutes away, guys. 10:30. 100 likes is the goal. Let's try to get 100 likes. We already have 430 people joining us so far. All right, so again, if you're enjoying the content, smash the like button. If you want to join our community, Apple. Add an alert on Apple. Okay, Apple. Look at Apple, guys. Apple. Apple just does his own thing. Look at this. How many TP smashed? Out of here. Now, Apple is notorious for doing its own thing. Okay, Apple is somewhat of a, if this makes sense, kind of an oxymoron. It's a lone wolf within the pack. So it's, of course, it's in the pack, top 5 biggest names in the S&P, but it has lone wolf characteristics. Okay, it kind of does its own thing. All right, so we continue to reject out that territory. So this already hit target. Shockwave 15 already hit target. Shockwave already hit target. Anyone else done for the day or sizing down to lottos? Let us know. Okay, starting to push. As we come into this key zone, what also we have to understand, we do have VWAP here as well. So you guys can see, on top of the fact that it is a key zone, we do have VWAP there as well. Goal for today is, let's see if we can crack 4,200 subs, guys. 4,200 subs. Very doable. VIX is starting to wake up. All right. Take a look at it from the 5. Here you go. All right. So we didn't sweep PML. We're at PMH. We're struggling at PMH. So if you're looking to go long, you're going to see clear signs of buyers controlling that level. Okay, buyers putting their foot down saying, we're going to take control here. All right, you don't want, if there is overhead resistance, you don't want to stroll into resistance. Okay, you don't want to just casually stroll into resistance. You're going to get pushed back. All right, if you're going to break through a brick wall, you're going to need some sort of force behind your move. You're going to need some sort of wrecking ball. Same thing. So if price is coming into resistance, you need to accelerate. Okay, so we're just jammed between these two areas. Okay, low probability zone in this area. So we'll let that shake out. Just crushing that premium here. President will be speaking any minute here. President will be speaking any minute. 8 minutes, guys. 100 likes is the goal. Might be a record today. We already had close to 500 people stop by. Got flip. ES. What are we looking at here? ES 15-minute fair value gap right there. You're waiting for that nice little drop back into it. Good, good, good. $100% struggle bus. All right. All right, let's see. We need the VIX stick. Make that dash, make that pursuit. Make that pursuit of 28. Okay, so far, if we narrow this down, team, if we really look at it from the 5, this is where the buyers are unable to get those closes. Okay, so the wicks tell us a lot of information. Right, so the selling pressure really boils down to right here. Okay, we know there's a key zone. We talked about it, but on the 5-minute, let me translate that to the YouTube chart. This area here. So it really boils down to here. Can we get a close above this area on the 5-minute? We've made several attempts. We made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 attempts at this level on the 5-minute. Each of those attempts, when the 5-minute candle closed, led to a wick. So we had no closes above this area here. So if we can get a close above that area there, finally get above that PMH. Okay, that would be the sign. Okay. We have a little bit of slope and support. All right, so if this support can hold up, right, if this support can hold up, we don't violate the support, all right, the buyers are picking it up at higher levels. So we need this thing to start to push. Going into second shift, this grab does look very appealing. That grab coincides with that 655. So we took advantage of the clean opportunity here, guys. The cleanest move one, of course, was that downward compression break. Of course, we had the fuel behind that. Got that nice little pause, nice push. And that's basically been it. So the window of opportunity so far on SPY has been basically between this break and right here. Just the 18-minute stretch. So buyers need to protect the support. As they protect that support, they need to make some strides into that resistance and get that break. They're waiting for Prezi to speak and rocket when it dumps. That could be possible as well, right? It's hard for the market to price anything in before he says anything. So let's see how that plays out. 5-minute is a mess. Look at the 5-minute tit for tat, piano keys. All right, so bullish, bearish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, inside. %. Everyone's waiting for the president, James. Is the tutorial for Shockwave? Yeah, so the Shockwave 15 course is available in our Discord. right? But what this does, what this indicator does, is it automates Shockwave 15. On top of that, it adds an additional 8 layers of confluence on top of that framework that's laid out. So basically what I did was, of course, I took the core principles of the Shockwave 15. Okay, that's a 9-part course that I had the privilege to do with our members last year. All right, and then what we did there, okay, I gave you a preview of how to backtest. Okay, the framework on how to backtest. All right, how you want to look for holes from the first episode all the way to the last episode. You can see we initially took the range break, the opening range break of the 15-minute. Okay, we took that framework. Just think of, I said this before, think of every strategy as open source code. Okay, think of strategies as open source code. Now it's on you to take that, tear it into pieces, poke holes in it, not to confirm it. And then when you go down that journey of doing that, you start to fix the bugs. Okay, you start to fix the flaws. You're not going to eliminate all the flaws, but you need to be able to eliminate the biggest flaws. So now we take that Shockwave 15. All right. On top of that, I add 8 other things that go into it that helps calculate, that helps filter out. Okay, the quality of that particular setup. All right. So this just automates it. So it takes the guesswork out of it. So it just automatically draws it, tells you which one where to take it. All right. Use this, okay, as a suggestion. Because if you're just using it blindly, same thing with any strategy. If someone's just trading it blindly, 2 traders can trade the same strategy, have 2 different results. So you're going to use this in confluence with what you're doing already. But the first thing is always have your risk defined. If your risk is defined and you're not managing risk, okay, then this is not going to be a good system for you. But if you're willing to respect your risk, willing to respect your account, willing to build a system, okay, this lays it out for you, takes out the guesswork. Okay, so when I'm looking to use Shockwave to scalp SPY, what you'll notice is my risk is not this full thing. Okay, my risk is usually based on some key levels. It's a little before that. If it's a make or break, okay, if I'm using just less size, I just kind of just let it go, do what it wants. If I'm not actively watching it, if I'm passively monitoring it, then I'll give it this entire unit. If that makes sense. Okay, so it's there to enhance the things you're doing already. There to enhance the things you're doing already and take the guesswork out of trading momentum setups. All right, we're starting to crack here. Qs are selling off. Qs are at VWAP. Qs are the first one to get the VWAP. SPY's VWAP is coming up as well. SPY's VWAP coincides very closely with that 653.05. All right, support starting to crack. So again, resistance finally starts to crack that support. It's officially second shift, guys. First shift is in the books. Let us know you did in first shift, how many trades you took, make that assessment. Take time to go in your journal, make some notes before you take any trades in second shift. Highlight the areas you're looking to get involved. And if you're green up until now during the week, okay, if you're green right now, this might be as good as it gets. This might be as good as it gets. Okay, you're more than welcome to shut it down. Okay, and just don't take any more trades. All right. So first shift, let us know you did in first shift. Okay, we haven't done this in a while, but the whole point of the first shift framework, the shift-to-shift framework, is to allow you to catch a breather. It's allow you to assess. It's allow you to answer these questions. Mental check. Okay, how did first shift go? How did you trade? Okay, did you execute your things well? Did you follow your rules? What did you trade? Okay, calls, puts, a particular ticker. Why did you trade? All right, where did you trade on the chart? All right, so these are things you want to answer between that 9:30, 10:30 window. And once you answer these questions in your journal, all right, or even mentally, when you go into second shift, now you're treating this as a different opportunity, almost like a different day. Now you're highlighting, once again, what are some areas I want to get involved. You're not blindly taking those trades. So get into the habit of doing this. Most of our strikers already do some form of this, right? Doing that mental check, okay? Because going into second shift, you almost have to earn the right to trade, if that makes sense. And that trade has to be highlighted beforehand. So this helps you avoid going in a tailspin. This helps you avoid overtrading. This helps you take breaks, incremental breaks within the day. Right? And if you implement this framework, it will allow you to know, hey, you know what? I'm starting to tilt here. Let me stop here. Let me assess. Okay? So if you have that level of self-awareness, you'll be able to make that assessment and you'll be able to make that adjustment. All right, so again, first shift is in the books. One trade first shift worked in our favor beautifully. Pretty straightforward. Played out nicely. If you held the target, goes to target, comes back that retrace reject territory, multiple rejections. This is a low probability zone. Okay, so that means can go either way. You don't know how long it's going to be there. We're probably waiting for the cabinet meeting to take off, to kick off. All right, so in the meantime, I'll be on standby. So again, guys, make sure to drop any questions you may have in the chat. Subscribe if you haven't. If you're a first-time viewer, drop a 1. Let's get the likes up so we can do the giveaway. And who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? Who's done for the day? Who is done for the day? DFTD. DFTD's in the chat. So the rule is if you say DFTD, all right, you're giving us your word that you're not going to trade again. That's the rule. Chop, chop, chop. Welcome, GSX EDU. Done for now. I like that one. DFN. We got some AI alerts. All right, so what's going on? We got BLNK hourly chart breakout on BLNK. Okay, so we got potential Palantir 150 strike, 327 expiration, puts. What else? Google potential breakdown on an hourly chart. Okay, Google looking to break down. That Google trade was beautiful. A lot of these trades that are set up on the daily, you almost have to stock that particular name. All right? So you have to stock the stock. You have to stock the stock. You have to follow up with it closely and be patient and be patient. When that level breaks, you have to strike. So it's almost like you're just stalking your prey, right? You're just waiting, 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 and then when it gets weak, when it gets vulnerable, you're jumping all over it. Okay, so Google, that breakdown did take place nicely after that inside weekly and that break that played out nicely. BAC hourly chart break. Okay, what else? XLE AI confidence 57. Do we have any breaking news? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Bank of South Carolina divided dividend. Okay, senior Iranian officials, Reuters. Diplomacy has not stopped. A path forward may still be found. Huh? Interesting. So, senior Iranian official, the Reuters, Iran has reviewed U.S.'s proposal that had been conveyed to Iran by Pakistan. Okay, Iran is asking is one-sided, unfair, serving only the U.S. and Israel interest. Okay, so response is some kind of progress. a verbal response. All right, now it's just, does the verbal response match the physical response? All right, so we're going to stop the back and forth. All right, so it looks like standby until the president, guys. This is Give Back Money Hour. Give Back Money Hour. The market is accepting donations.
And we
All right,
know him very well.
it's official.
He's a very popular senator, very effective senator. Effective.
Trump is speaking, guys, so be careful, be careful, be careful. Let's listen.
Don't you think?
Yes, sir.
And we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think you do fantastically well.
Let's take a listen.
Congratulations to you. You have an amazing family that were here yesterday in the Oval, sworn in. His family is amazing, so thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Mark Wayne's department. Congratulations. He came into a department that shut down by the radical Democrats. But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats. They're saying they're actually angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country. Just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff. And people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've
Okay, keywords. We can see some volatility here. Let's take a listen.
our capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We're the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. And that was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers. Probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones, too, are way down, but the reason they're down is they
Still not chopped territory, so you can break those highs.
for the most part, we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give.
Another rejection back to key zone. We continue to chop around that territory. Let's take a listen and take a look.
It stopped really when we did the B2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to, because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts, and they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick, and they had a plan to take over.
VWAP test on spy, key zone test on spy.
Shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East, but we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people, and that people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, you know, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they meant to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal, and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest. Dark at night, no moon.
Okay, we're below the key zone. We're below the VWAP. That's a major, major rejection. We're starting to see the VIX pushing to the upside. The Dow is at VWAP. IWM is at VWAP. The Q is below VWAP. SPY below VWAP so far. If we can stay below key zone. Headed back towards daily open. Let's continue to listen.
Been really involved with them. They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they wanted to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the other neighbors, and then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us, because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know? One thing, we're very disappointed, I'll say it publicly, we're very disappointed with NATO, because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics, and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. when they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated, they said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war's over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission, and we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it, they have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. And not only, they wouldn't talk.
See if we can get a reclaim of that VWAP. If we can get a reclaim of that VWAP, then might be some signs of buyers stepping in. Back off that key zone. If sellers want to continue to push this lower, get it below that daily open.
Cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Oh, we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it, who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely.
IWM, the Dow, SPY, all in the VWAP area. The VWAP test on that 5 is underway. Qs are well below VWAP. Let's continue to listen.
Drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea, 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came in through the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it, that's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people.
If we're going to get that key zone reclaim, we need the VIX to stay below 27. right? And we need to get above that view up as well. Currently, we're curling under this key zone. All right, so let's see what takes place here. Let's continue to listen. We're still leaning towards that bullish control here, slight bullish control.
Into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming because they've really sued him just in a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression, never forget. Never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year.
We're back at that daily open, just as he said that.
We have to take an excursion to Iran, and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country, and we did that. And frankly, I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. It hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this
For us to make that leg lower below daily open, VIX needs to blast past 27.
Receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you write about it that much, but I speak about it. I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people hear. You don't write about it. You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nation.
What a drop, guys. Look at that drop. Look at that drop. Look at the VIX going to 27. What a drop.
We're in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations, and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last.
Crude pumping, VIX pumping, everything dumping. Look at that daily downside breaker, retrace, reject. That might have been the big move of the day.
Go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire, very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing.
Q's back at PML. Do we get a double bottom here just to fail that level? Let's see. Q's at PML.
Farmers, who we never forget. We love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling, a ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. But it's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial,
I want to see if the Qs can hold below that 580.45, 580.45. That is an area where we bounced earlier because of that PML. If the Qs hold below that 580.62, which is PML, then we can see a potential leg lower. But I want to see how we interact with that PML here. Let's continue to listen.
they wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And, you know, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything.
Nice reclaim of that PML on the Qs. No close back, no close below that 680.45.
Before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation he's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations, and then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said Hegseth. He gave you such a nasty hard time. But you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part.
All right, so far we got that massive rejection off that daily downside breaker territory. We came into those highs, tapped into first shift highs. If we grabbed that, we dropped. We fell back below that key zone. No signs of buyers. We sliced and diced right to that daily open. As the VIX headed towards that 27, that gave us the gateway to slice right past that 27. We did see the Qs get all the way back to PML. Somewhat of a grab of those lows. First shift grab of on the Qs. Nice little double bottom type of situation there. And now, does this lead us back into this key zone up here, or do we start to fade off that daily open? It's going to really depend on what the VIX decides to do at this 27 level here. So again, we'll continue to listen here, and we'll look to potentially take the next trade after President is speaking. It looks like Vice President is speaking here. Let's continue to listen.
You walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest, and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them. But they're fighting at a time where we're about to enter as Christians the most important week of.
I'm trying to get the, I'm looking at the key zone reclaim. We've got a key zone reclaim. VIX continues to push away from 27. That'd be a nice reclaim there. That would imply that we're above that VWAP. We're back above the VWAP. So far, all four of the indexes are below VWAP. The closest one to VWAP is IWM as it goes into VWAP. All right, so let's see. So is that a nice little relief pop, or just a nice little dead cat bounce and a leg back to the downside? Keeping a close eye on the 27.
As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. we were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it, we were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48, because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47...
Reclaim watch of that key zone. I want the VIX to continue to push away from 28. The IWM was the first one to reclaim VWAP. SPY's working its way to VWAP, so that VWAP reclaim will coincide with that reclaim as well. I want to see some price action activity that supports bullish activity in this key zone. Let's continue to listen.
A member of the cabinet, and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs, among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling...
I'm looking at that reclaim. I'm watching that reclaim. I'm looking at the 654s for that reclaim. I'm looking at that reclaim. We're starting to accelerate here. I like how the VIX continues to go south. A little bit of volatility there, so I need that nice peak above it, a nice hold above that level. Of course, we're still under that VWAP. That potential curling under VWAP back to the downside can play out. Of course, I'm trying to filter that out. We're colliding with some of those EMAs, right? So I need a little more evidence to take that reclaim. But as I collect the evidence, I want to see a strong continued push on the VIX. Strong continued push on the VIX. So if you're looking for that continued breakdown, you're looking for the opposite. You're going to see weakness off of this key zone and some strength pick back up on the VIX and a potential close back below that daily open.
To maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this, we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if a deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You've instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told...
Just saw that, Doctor, that inverse, we're making that handle right there.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. You're doing a great job. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr.
So if
President.
you're looking for that inverse, you want to see that rejection off that key zone. You want to see some strength pick back up on the VIX. You want to see some shooters on the 5 and a break back below 652.10 and get back below that daily open. You want us to flip red back on the day.
Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move.
See if that selling can be sustained for that 5-minute candle close. 50 seconds left for that 5-minute candle to close. 50 seconds left.
The message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. Maybe a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a...
IW fell back below PMA, that VWAP. IW fell back below VWAP. So far, everything is still below VWAP.
Back surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media, though. If President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks. but we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under.
Still interested in that reclaim. I like how Daily Open held. I want to see if there's enough fuel off that Daily Open for that continued push. Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. Let's get 100 likes. And we're sitting right under 90 likes. Smash the like button. We have 170 plus people joining us. So again, we're going to continue to listen because this has a direct impact on how the market moves. All right, so we're going to continue to listen to see if we can take advantage of any opportunities. Again, reclaim. Keep an eye on the reclaim. If you're looking for that breakdown, you need that stronghold below 651.98 on SPY. If you're done for the day, you're just sitting back and enjoying the commentary, enjoying the action. All right, so those are the two opportunities that can present themselves. I like the upside more than the downside as long as the VIX starts to pursue its way into the 25s, or maybe I should say the 26s, maybe that 26 into 26.50. But if it starts to work its way back to 27, fall back below daily open, that opens up the door for the other side, which is the downside. All right, so we'll continue to pay attention. We'll continue to wait. I want to see a strong reclaim, and that'll be the trade idea.
With Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these...
VWAP is also within the jaws of that key zone, so that hold is going to be critical. VWAP is also in the jaws of that key zone. Strikers, you can see, VWAP is right there, so it's going to be critical as well. So we want to see that push above VWAP as well.
Are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal. And we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. And we ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino. And he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard. Like the father, friends. They grew up together. And it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city.
Well, good morning, Thesis. Reclaim a hold of VWAP. Invalidating, trying to see if it can validate. If it can break below 651.98, that downside does look appealing, but I want to see the VIX start to wake up. So that to get that handle breakdown, that breakdown below daily open, breakdown back below 651.98 would be the trigger. So just continues to chop, chop, chop.
Sounds terrible to say, no murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders, but they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could
See if we get some synchronized selling here. VIX is starting to wake up. Just need that synchronized selling. Right? It's hard to get that to go short right at that daily open without that close. So just be aware of that.
People out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. There were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a chance. He's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people.
See if you can get a nice break below that 651.98, that daily open as well. See if you get that hold. We're seeing some synchronized selling on the 5, continued selling on the 15. Hourly still inside. Let's continue to listen here.
He's really trying it. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance, but we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if...
See if you get some follow through behind that push lower. Hold below daily open, hold below daily open. VIX is starting to wake up. VIX is starting to wake up.
Came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the...
Make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. Make sure to like the video. I'm seeing the chat, guys. There's a lot of back and forth in the chat. Let's keep it respectful. Everyone has different opinions. Again, we're here to trade. I can care less about politics. All right, we're just here to trade. So let's try to keep the commentary as close as possible to trading and respect one another, guys. All right?
And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall and we were finishing up some and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places.
Okay, that was a nice breakdown. See if you get some follow through to those lows. If you're waiting for the break at the other side of the shock wave, it's all the way at those lows. So you have to be careful because that is we need that failed triple bottom. All right, so in this case, I was waiting for the reclaim. We'll continue to wait for the reclaim. All right, if you took it short below that daily open, okay, manage accordingly, TP where you need to. Again, nothing really clean in this area. The clean move took place as soon as the president brought up stock market. The performance in this territory started to drop. But look where it came from, right? It came from after grabbing these highs. We grabbed those highs, we dropped to the downside, and now we're starting to stall. Of course, if you're bearish, you would like this to be that initial leg lower, right? That nice build up back the upside, a nice little dead cat bounce, and a slide back at those lows. All right, so it's going to come down to if we can hold below that daily open here.
Said he's so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more.
If we're going to fully dump, okay, if we're going to fully dump, the Q's PML is key.
People that are really unpatriotic saying things, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up the...
Yeah, the YouTube comments are getting funny, right? Yeah, again, guys, at the end of the day, disagree or agree. I want the best case scenario for our country here. All right, so I want the best case scenario. My children live here, so whatever it means, I'm always going to go pro-America, right? Whether I like the leadership or not, that's besides the point. I don't get into politics or not, right? But I want someone who can ensure the best interest of our country, right? However that translates, all right? I'll likely go to that. And I said it before, it's very important that the U.S., our country, remains the police of the world. I don't trust any other country to be the police of the world because that's just my opinion, right? If it was the other way around, would you want China to be the police of the world? Would you want Iran to be the police of the world? Or would you want the U.S. to be the police of the world? All right? So that's my take. Outside of that, best interest for the countries, number one. It's 3D, 4D, 5D chess. The things that take place, we know there's a lot of things that go on with that we're not privy to. So all we can focus on is the controllables. If you want to make a tremendous change, all right, then run for office. Okay. Outside of that, we're just traders. We look for opportunities. What the president says does have a direct impact on what does take place on the charts. We're just looking to see if we can capitalize off those opportunities. All right.
We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color, beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this.
So there was a nice little scalp to the downside off that key zone. And again, we're just getting sticky at that daily open. We're starting to slow down here, almost third shift. So second shift, that drop was related to the some of those comments there, a nice little drop. And we're kind of just stuck here now. So if you took advantage of that nice little drop for a scalp, I didn't really fully get that follow through the downside. So let's see how that unfolds in the next 7 minutes. And then we have our highs and lows set. Only issue is these highs and lows are approximately the same size as first shift highs and lows. If you kind of see it, it kind of looks like a giant head and shoulder, right? If you take a look, if you consider this pre-market data as that initial push higher, somewhat of a small shoulder, a giant head, a right shoulder, translates that initial, that cup and handle as well, inverse cup and handle. Okay.
Evan may not ever have an office. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic.
So yeah, we already took one trade on SPY. Right here, calls. Most of the trades take place between 9:30 and 11:30. Right now, it's really difficult to take any trades unless I get that decisive reclaim above these levels. If I'm looking to go short, again, possible close below these lows. No buyer step in here. If that can take place, I'd be there, or some sort of grab of these lows back the upside. Mean reversion or expansion off this low, or reclaim up here. Those are the three, with these two territories, those are the three ideas I'm open to. So a complete collapse below these lows, expansion, or a mean reversion. So I have to filter out two things there, or a recapture of this key zone. Let me take a look at the chat. The market accepted donations. Yeah, they always accept donations, guys. So again, don't donate to the market after being green. Where's view up on your screen? So view up on my screen is right here. That blue line on the striker chart. The blue line right here. I can make it bold if you'd like. Yeah, that double bottom. Right, came in, tapped it, continued to bounce. We're about to wrap up. Go to third shift. It's already 11:30. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. 100 likes is the threshold. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community while the prices are still the lowest they're going to be. All right. Again, strikers, let me know if you guys can see these channels. All right, some of our members are having a hard time seeing all the channels. I did make some updates to the channels, so let me know in the chat if you guys see the AI Alert channel, the Flow channel, and the Smart Money Radar channel, insider activity and analyst grading. So let me know in the chat real quick if you guys are still in the chat. All right, if you guys can see those channels, some of our traders are not able to see that, so I'll try to get the result. I'll try to get that resolved as soon as possible. If you're a premium striker, you do have access to all those channels. That does come with your package. So we know all those EMAs are here. So you can see the faint red wave right there. So the score is a C. It's a moderate, still moderate bullish from the standpoint of where we are. We still didn't get that official. We got equal lows, no lower lows. We just have this massive high. If we make those lower lows, then this would be the lower high. Separation is what we're looking for here. So you get some sort of downward separation away from daily open. So the names that are green on the day, the Dow and IWM, and Qs and SPY are red. As far as the Qs are concerned, the Qs did make a run into that PML twice. First run led to a nice bounce. Second run led to a nice grab. It broke below it, grabbed it, yanked all those sellers back to the upside, drove them all the way close to that 681.75. And then now our third attempt. For us to get that full breakdown expansion move, more than likely at 680, 62 on the Qs has to be decisively broken. If not, we can get those mean reversion grabs off lows on spot.
Somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building if it was properly done and planned. You would have done that building for, I would have done it for 25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie. So I came here, they have $1,000 pens. And you know, you hand pens out, you're signing and you hand them out, you're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000, it was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're doing. What is this, Mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. And I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature, I don't, you know, it's.
Absolutely, I agree with that. God first, no matter what, 100%. You should be pro-human. Yeah, well, pro-human, absolutely. But we have to understand, guys, the only way to make peace in the world that we live in is through a peace, all right, through AKA violence. So the only way to make peace, okay, is through war, okay, peace through strength. Now, no one is going to come to the table and say, let's make peace and kumbaya, and then we all get along. That's not how it works historically, right? For there to be peace, there has to be someone that is overseeing all the potential contenders who are looking to take that top spot. So unfortunately, the way the world works is there's never been a time where there was peace. So peace is a facade. There's no such thing as complete full peace, right? There's not gonna be a time where, hey, you know what, everyone's getting along. Unfortunately, I would love for that to happen, right? So, but the reality of the situation is, okay, for everyone to get along, be on the same accord, okay, it's not impossible. It's impossible. So what the best thing to do is give everybody rights to operate, to express what they feel, operate to start businesses, okay, to bear arms. To what country allows you to do that at minimum? Which country gives you the most closest to freedom? Right? There's no complete freedom. There's no complete peace. So out of all the countries, if we make a list, all right, which one gives you, okay, just an objective question, which one gives you the closest thing to freedom? The closest. Okay, there's no complete freedom. There's no complete peace. Matter of fact, it's if you read all the stuff that's going on is also biblical. If you read the scripture, all right. If you read the scripture and if you're in Revelation, you also understand, okay, that when there is complete peace in the Middle East, that's one of the signs. That's one of the signs, all right? The emergence of the Antichrist. Okay, so it's on you to go read and see what's taking place, and all the stuff that's going on has already been written about. So if you know the truth, the fact that peace is here, complete peace is there, and one individual figure comes and has complete peace across the world, right? That's a red flag. Right, that's a red flag, because now when that complete peace is brought to the table and everyone subscribes to that complete peace and everyone's in full autonomy, all right, then you're going to have to be under that rule. So peace comes at a cost. Freedom comes at a cost. Nothing is just, hey, you know what? Let's get along and let's have peace. That's not in our nature to do that. Right? So that's the reality of the situation. So that's my take. Okay, nice breakdown there, guys. Nice breakdown there. So, Doctor, that cup and handle did play out nicely. Let's continue to listen. Anyone take that cup and handle? Doctor, you took it?
Said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen? He said, that's all right, whatever the hell we agreed to. Peanuts. As opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, could I have a couple extra? This way, I'd go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, take 5. But the bottom line is...
All right, potential shockwave 15 opportunity coming up. Okay, the Qs. Qs triggered the puts. I want to see if that can hold. I'll focus on the Qs. Let me laser it on the Qs real quick. That PML, we had mixed relationship with the Qs. Mixed relationship with that PML. So I want to see if that shockwave can hold below that PML. And if we can print that risk reward box targeting that 679.68. I like how the VIX continues to accelerate past 27. Okay, QQQ. I'm looking at the 679 puts on QQQ. Okay, see if we get the nice little hold at that level. Trying to filter it out so we don't get that PML reclaim. If we start to fail there, I'll take it short, make or break type of setup. So meaning either stop me out, scale out, or hit TP. Somebody with triple bottom on SPY. So I want to filter out that reclaim, see if we get a nice little opportunity back to the downside. I'm looking at the 679s on the Qs. Okay, I'll take the Qs right there. A little bit of a late entry, but I'm in the Q shorts. I'm in the Q puts. QQQ puts here. If you got that better entry, you're good to go. If you did take that, manage accordingly, guys. So make or break. Scale me out or hit target. My risk on the Qs is all the way up here. All right, so this is kind of a set, forget, scale out, hit TP, or stop out. In the meantime, if SPY can break these lows, that'd be great. All right, so in the Qs here. If you have conservative risk, you don't want to see a reclaim of that PML. All right, so that would be no bueno. All right, so my risk is all the way at, let me show you, all the way here. All the way at 581. Okay, 581. So let that play out. In the meantime, I want to see the VIX stay above 27. Okay, no reclaim with that PML. SPY didn't break yet. SPY went triple bottom. PML Qs are still inside on that 5. SPY is starting to wake up. So there's probably about a 20 to 25% stop on the Qs. Okay. So in the meantime, let's see if we can get back above that 27 on the Qs and continue to accelerate. My entry is probably at the bottom of that candle. So if I got that entry up there, that would have been a little nicer. But already in. So risk has already been allocated. Now I just have to let the probabilities play out. Do we take out those lows? No. Q's inside on the 5. So we'll get alerted if we do get stopped out. SPY starting to climb here. Nice little dead cat bounce. Again, off that triple bottom type of situation there on SPY. Let's continue to listen here. So I am in the QQQ puts. 579 down about 17%.
Deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalize through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The U.S. dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the U.S. economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead as we approach the 250th.
For us to work in our favor, guys, if they can break back, if the SPY can hold below this territory, that'd be great. But overall, hold below that daily open. Separation away from this 27 to the upside will be favorable. Okay, separation to the upside will be favorable. We have about 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left on the QQQs here, on that next 5-minute candle. So inside across the board on some of those candles.
Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran? And
let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
what kind of a question? Am I going to go in for the? Oh yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person too. It's just such a ridiculous question. Yeah.
Q's are about to get stopped out here, guys. I'm about to get stopped. Almost there. See if we can drop back below that PML. Drop back below PML and SPY stay below that daily open. Once I get that close back above. If I was looking to scalp the Qs, I probably would have had my stop at that PML. But I want to hit that target all the way here, get that scale out. My risk is right here. So close back above that 681. 681 close is the risk. All right, so in the meantime, we'll let it play out. SPY, nothing yet on SPY. Again, I want to see SPY grab those lows, mean reversion or reclaim key zone. We do have some kind of trend line forming here. See if that trend line can start to crack. That'd be favorable. When this 5-minute candle is all said and done, if the Qs can close back below 580.62, that'd be great. That might give us a little bit of relief. A little bit of relief. Continue to listen. So 5-minute candle. Check out the prior 5-minute candles high. About to get stopped on the Qs here. If we get that trigger, if we get that bell, we'll get stopped. So SPY's colliding with those EMAs. Continue to listen.
Appropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it. but he felt that way. I said, well, you know, Ukraine's not over, and it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. 2 months ago, it was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it, 31,000 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago, 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster.
Okay, Q stop hit. If it closed above it, I'm out of there. That's about a 30 to 35% stop. Okay. Okay, I'll close it right there. So close it right there. QQQ stopped out. So unlike SPY, and of course, look at that, guys. As soon as it gets stopped, you gotta be. As soon as I got stopped, look at the Qs. Right, so could have got a better entry. A nice little drop. So I didn't get that close. You can't make it up. All right, so stopped out on the Qs. This kind of setup here is basically hit target or stop me out. So in this case, got stopped out. It can be setting up again. Can be setting up again. But that PML, right? That PML needs to hold. Somewhat of an inverse head and shoulder trying to form as well. If you're waiting for that close above that, if you're still in, manage accordingly. If you already got stopped out, if your conservative risk was, if you're looking at it from a scalp standpoint, that PML. Nice rejection off those EMAs. Okay, let's see where SPY goes. Okay, I like how the VIX is starting to wake up here. Like how the Apple, let's take a look at Apple. Take a look at Apple, Jimmy. Okay, Apple. Yeah, Apple took off early this morning. Apple might be the cleanest move of the day. Once it broke above that 252.47, it's never looked back. Never looked back. If the Qs can break below PML and get back at that level, I could potentially re-engage, or that mean reversion on SPY. Grab these lows. Either expand off that low or grab those lows. Either or, I'm open to that. How long is this meeting? Okay, let's continue to listen. So this collided with those EMAs. Okay, comes into these lows. See where that sends us. Nice engulfer on the 5 on SPY. We're starting to wake up. We are starting to wake up. If we just zoom out just for a second here on the 15. Okay, so we came into this area. We bounced. We got here. If we come into here, that's where the next move is. Okay, so do we get that bounce? It is support coming into it, or do we get that continued selling after closing? So there is that level coming up, and that level is somewhat of a test zone that we had this morning. Before we get to if we zoom out a little more, this is the real buy zone. That's the real rejection zone. So we're still in the middle. We're still in the middle of this massive runway. So we're in the middle of that range. We're still in the middle of that range. If we're at 100 likes, we'll do the giveaway at 12 o'clock. Okay, we'll do the giveaway at 12 o'clock. Chop, chop, chop. Respect your stops, guys. If you are getting stopped out, if you're taking TPs, take your TPs. Palantir. Palantir was beautiful. Both ways. So Palantir, okay, broke down beautifully. If you trade the opening drive, after it broke down, it accumulated, broke down some more, scale out there, broke down here, and then got stopped out there. So Palantir has been wild to say the least. IW's headed back towards that daily downside breaker. The Dow's headed back towards that daily downside breaker as well. Not sure why that happens to SPY only. Okay, VIX is above that 27. Let's continue to listen.
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Look, we have.
And then you get a candle like that. So this kind of candle is very frustrating. If you're short, and then you get this, right? This is reminiscent of what we saw the past couple of days. All right, we get it's not as big, granted, but look at this, guys. Here we go, that manipulation candle. Okay, here we go. See, we had a nice reclaim. All right, that might be time to just wrap it up. Look at the Qs. Qs are going. The IW is going. IW is going. Let's continue to listen.
About it, and then I watched the news, and they said a very good anchor actually. Happened to be Fox, but I watched it, and he said something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil, right?
All right, we're seeing these kind of candles take place from time to time. Look at this. So it just traps those longs, now wants to drop them a little lower. So separation away from 27 is going to be critical, team. All right, so separation away from 27. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's going to lead to that move with some follow through. Okay, if we can't separate away from it, we're going to go tit for tat. All right, we're going to go tit for tat. So it did take the Qs here. Got stopped out on the Qs for that last trade to see if I can get a nice make or break type of setup. Outside of that, we just took SPY this morning for a beautiful scalp. And now we're outside of that window, okay? So outside that window, it's already third shift, okay? So separation away from 27 on the VIX would be critical. Just continue to listen.
Look, the press was very unfair to us, so was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it. And, 11,888 murderers, and that's murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other
things. 100%. Though these candles, even though it's trending lower, these wicks, all right, they're going to play with your emotions. They're going to play with your emotions. So how do you try to factor that in? Use less size. It's going to come down to that daily open. We've been hugging the daily open. It's up for grabs. Who wants it more? Who wants some more? That hourly candle is still inside. So for those of you who don't trade hourly insides, still inside.
These are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped a woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on him. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops, they're dirty politicians. Walt?
Just saw your chart request, VOLD, Megan. I don't think I've used that VOLD before. How do you use a VOLD? Is that some sort of volume? VOLD, NYSE, UVOL versus minus DVOL. Okay, I don't think I've used VOLD before. Chop, chop, chop. We're probably just waiting for Commander-in-Chief to stop talking, and then we'll potentially be on our way. Although, even though we're trending lower, look at the tit for tat. Tit for tat, tit for tat. The moral of the story is first shift. Right, you have to be locked in during first shift. After that, the intensity, the level cranks up. Right, it gets more difficult. Right, so that's basically what it is, and then just be disciplined. NYSE intervals, volume up, down, minus volume down, compares the daily volume flowing up stocks and down stocks. Okay, ADD. I know the ADD. Tick. Yep. I know the ticks and the ADD. Those are great to use. Let me take a look at it. Let's see if I can open it here. That's hilarious.
Mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there because I had a lot of different things. But you know, we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, we have. So
IW is starting to set up. IW is starting to set up. But let's see if it's just a mess. Okay, IW did again call trigger there. IW almost went to two targets. See if IW can start to crank up here. First one to lead. The first ones to lead were IW and the Dow today. Qs are starting to wake up as well, so we're seeing somewhat of a rotation to the small caps and mega caps simultaneously. Take that off. Back to daily open like we never left. Back to daily open like we never left. Do we reclaim daily open or fall back below it and continue to sell off? $1 million question. If we go back to the Qs, okay? Let's go back to the trade and see how it played out. So it triggers. After it triggers, this is my stop. All right, then I just let it be. Get stopped out, move along. So in this case, the Qs work nicely here, and then here it gets stopped out. Might have been a little overextended here. So a lot of buyers there, so kind of seeing if there's some momentum behind those shorts. Wrong, move along. Because if I overstay my visit, then you're down 80%. If being down 80% is part of the plan, then the upside should be 80% or greater. All right, so with the Qs, the plan is not to take profits at 5%, 10%. It's to hit target, to get that 2R reward or to get some sort of scale out at 1R. Okay, IW. See if you can hold there, IW. Okay, IWM. Looking at the 250s here. On that nice pushback above that level. I'll hold that view up as well in IW. SPY just came into that daily open. Hasn't been doing much. So SPY, outside of that nice push above Shockwave and that rejection in this key zone, right? It's just kind of been stuck ever since it fell below this key zone. So looking to entertain IW. If you can course correct, get back above that 250.14. Okay, that's coming back to test that VWAP. Let's take a listen.
In many years, think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels, that's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships.
I can't believe he's talking. I was away for a little bit, figured it out would be over. No, just stamina is unmatched. All right, I don't know how long it's going to go. Maybe until 12, 15. Any guesses? Okay, any guesses? What's the over-under that it goes past 12:30 or 12 o'clock? They probably have a betting line somewhere on Kalshi. Meta? Yeah, Meta, again, the lawsuit as well. They've been getting dragged. Yeah, Meta look at Meta, guys. Puts, Shockwave, hits 3 targets and beyond. So the Meta, this is close to, this is what a 500, 600 plus trade looks like. Amazon left the station. Tesla. Tesla stopped out. If you're looking at scale out or target, scalp opportunity there, but got stopped out. Nvidia. What's Nvidia been up to? Nvidia, also a beautiful breakdown. Nvidia hits 3 targets. All right, so things are moving around, but it's mixed. It's mixed between some of those key names. Some are up, some are down. So what happens to SPY? Kind of just stays flat. Four p.m. That'd be hilarious. All right, chop, chop, chop. So it does look appealing to me. Is IW above those highs? See if you can find some compression breaks. Amazon did take off, okay? Kind of slow to the trigger on Amazon, if you recall. Okay, we're talking about Amazon. Retest, and leave the station. All right. Somewhat of a head and shoulder on Amazon now. If you're looking for flags, just look at the names that are beat up the most. Once Meta fell below 600, it's been good night. Jump over to the 5 real quick. So look for flags on the 5. Look for flags on the 5. All right, rather than buying the lows, just look for flags on the 5. That's what I would suggest. All right. So again, it's basically midday now. Midday now. So a lot of the volume's going to start dropping off. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're a first-time viewer. Again, 12 o'clock we'll do the giveaway. So let me see how many likes we have. How many likes have we got? 100 likes will do the giveaway. Okay, 100 likes will do the giveaway. We're at 105. All right, so giveaway time, giveaway time, giveaway time. So put your names in the chat if you want to be eligible to win our 5-hour Getting Started Day Trading course. That breaks down everything you need to know to get started day trading options from a technical standpoint, psychology standpoint, from a fundamental standpoint. All right, so put your names in the chat. Let me pull up my trusty wheel. While I pull up the wheel and take names, we're going to continue to listen.
Not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty good. Pretty
Yeah,
good.
pretty
You know
good.
what? You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Mr. President,
Anything else you want to say?
Well, and same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer, now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online,
We're doing an
production's
amazing-
ramping up.
We're doing an
So-
amazing job. We're getting a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela.
Okay, I'm going to collect those names. We'll start off first with our team, of course. Beautiful job. Chill. Absolutely. I know a lot of you work full-time, guys, so you don't have the luxury to be paying attention to the charts every second. So the Shockwave 15 will be great. And I will provide the go-to watch list as well. The names that work really well with the Shockwave. So I got you Ross, Jake R, Nikhil. Let's check Google Meets. We got Brian B. So I'm seeing some of the people from YouTube on our team now, guys. Again, welcome. Reach out to me if you need any help with anything. We'll get to everyone on YouTube, so keep putting your names in the chat on YouTube, guys. Let me just get to the people on Google Meets and our Discord as well. Brian B, Nita, Beck, Riri. Anyone else, guys? Yep, Turbo, and got you, Nita. Any side bets? Who do you guys think is going to win? Any side bets? Alan. Got you, Alan. I don't know. I think Riri might pull it off. If you're in the Discord, if you win, you have access to the upcoming boot camp. Okay, the advanced boot camp. Or we're going to be on the advanced series. All right, the exact scalping technique, the method to the madness of scalping, SPY, using all the tools, instruments, and setups. All right, anyone else? I got you, Turbo, got you, Naneeth, Nikhil, Jake, Ross, Alan, Riri, Beck, Nita, Brian. Can someone trigger the red light to end the meeting? Okay, let's jump over to YouTube. So YouTube, names in the chat. We're going to start off with, Wayne. Wayne was the first. Wayne, in the meantime, we'll continue to listen. Spy, still chopping around here.
Was protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us. For small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me, no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. but they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. It was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the number.
All right, I got all the names all the way till Marty. Okay, there's more names. I just scroll down. All right, let me keep going.
Did we need them? No.
Does it make
I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the king that you're going to have in April? Are you looking forward to that?
With the king?
With the king
No.
coming here?
No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. But he's gonna be here very soon, as you know. We're gonna have a steak dinner. It's gonna be great.
Okay, I'm caught up all the way to MYM Mim. Okay, Sam. Got you, Sam. And Adiyami. All right, so I'm caught up all the way. I got everyone. Patel, got you. SOM Patel, first time viewers. First time viewers, throw ones in the chat. And we'll go with SOM Patel. All right, we'll do the giveaway at 12:15. I did see a question come in. What was the question? How do we learn info about Shockwave to purchase? All right, so you have to be in the community to take the Shockwave 15 and access all the resources. The best way to do that is go to smartactiontraining.com. Go to our official site, smartactiontraining.com. Head over to the community tab. Okay, and once you go there, you can use the code. 20%. Okay, that's one way. So you can join the community because it's included in your deal, included in your features of the community to access the Shockwave course, as well as the Getting Started course, and access the community and all the features. Or you can just buy the course, which is $99. So the best way is if you join the community, you have access to all the educational material. All right, but the bundle is available in the course tab as well. All right, so make sure to take advantage of that, guys. Q2 price increase coming, so jump in. All right, so if you're a first-time viewer, again, see if this kind of content resonates with you. Enjoy the YouTube. Smash the like button on YouTube. Subscribe, long-time viewers. Okay, if you're looking to level up your trading, access all the tools and resources. All right, this is what it features. Go to the community tab. And those are all the features to our community here. Okay. There's more things that are added. So of course, Discord access, live trading and training with screen share, ad-free, delay-free, pre-market prep stream, extended trading coverage, high win rate trade ideas, options trading beginners course, 2,000 plus hours of training material at my ebook, 24/7 stock market news feed. All the news comes to you. Automated technicals. You have access to my charts in real time. Watch list, day trade swing setup, serious supportive community. We're building an awesome, supportive, dedicated community of traders from all walks of life, all experience levels coming together to help one another. Now, under tools and resources, we have AI ideas, we have flow data, we have insider trading information, we have analyst ratings. So we're going to continue to add those things onto here with the price increase. So I have not added those features onto the new features onto the features yet. So again, so make sure to join before that's reflected in the price, and use the code trial, not the code trial. Use the code 20%. Okay, 20%. All right, $40. You like it, you stick with it. If it's your cup of tea, you'll enjoy it. If you're dedicated to learning, you'll enjoy it. If you like something at a different pace, all right, your stop loss is $40. All right, stop loss is $40. Okay, we got you, Chris N. So you have nothing to lose. No, this might go to 12:30, guys.
And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody.
So 12:15 giveaway. 12:15 giveaway. If we can get to 150 likes by then, we'll do 2.
Person with mental disability being a president, and Gavin Newsom said that he can't read a speech, he can't do almost anything, and then he said he's as dumb as all the people in the room.
Gotcha,
And he
trade
got
wins.
accused of being a racist, which was an amazing. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen anybody give. He's actually a very stupid person, so I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person.
The thing is, Trump has zero filter. Zero filter. And the thing is, most politicians, they're human beings. They feel they have to stay politically correct. He's not staying politically correct. He's just going and saying how it is.
It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me.
It's hilarious.
But it's a cognitive test. It starts off with an easy question, and by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough mathematical equations and things.
Okay, we're coming to these lows. I want to see if we get a sweep or retrace reject. If we stay above 27, a separation away from 27 is going to be key for us to get that continued push. Get above 27, continue to expand above 27. Nice retrace reject. If we just wick off 27, continue to push the downside, then that comes that grab of those lows. All right. So we'll throw our lotto. It's lotto time. It's going to be related to that area there. Okay, got you. Okay. Anyone else want to jump in? No one's wanted to give away yet. So no winners yet. I got you, Gary. We got a lot of names today. So the odds are, I think you have a 1 in. The giveaway for our 1-year stream anniversary is Friday, guys. All right, that giveaway is going to be a huge giveaway. Free Trade Friday tomorrow. That giveaway is going to be for 12 months of access. All right, 12 months of access. All right, and everyone is eligible. So if you're already on a current plan, okay, and if you win, you can cancel your plan, and 12 months from now, okay, you have access for 12 months from that point on. So it's available to strikers, available to everyone on YouTube. So Friday, tomorrow's Free Trade Friday. I share the link to the Discord. I share the link to not the Discord, to the Google Meets, the late for ad-free stream. Qs are potentially coming back into play. We need that hold below PML. We need the VIX to continue to accelerate past 27. All right, 12:14, just right before 12:15. Lalo, got you, Lalo. This week actually flew by, guys. All right, there you have it. There you have it. So during press conference, we did take one trade, or a cabinet meeting. Got stopped out on the Qs. Before that, took SPY to the upside and was able to extract profits there. So just 2 trades today. IW still looks appealing. I have my alert set. Qs continue to grab those lows and buyers continue to step in. SPY trading this area as support. See if we get a nice little post-conference run-up or some kind of run-up or something. Or a mark lower. But at the same time, we are midday. So historically this week, or just based on this week, it starts to get sticky. For periods of time, we have some nice moves. Sticky, a nice move. Sticky, nice move. So if you see price action get choppy, okay, you might have to wait for the chop to subside and then see if it breaks, take the other side of the break. That might be the best way to approach it. Okay. Anyone else for the giveaway? Let me check the Google Meets. Okay, Arnie, Alan Lee. Okay, got you, Arnie. Beautiful job, Jason. We still got to get that coaching call in. Maybe next week, Jason. Let me know. And anyone else who does have coaching calls, guys, your yearly plan does come with a coaching call. Let's set that up. Okay. Just send me a DM and I'll send you my availability. All right, we broke those lows. Let's see if we can start rocking and rolling. If this is going to be a sweep, we need that rejection off that 27. I want to see a nice reclaim. If this is a nice complete breakdown, continue to pass past 20. Continue to get past 27. All right, everything's selling off here, team. Everything's selling off. We're headed towards PML. Post-cabinet meeting move, possibly. Yeah, I can imagine. Absolutely. All right, let's spin the wheel. Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel. And if you're still in the Discord, guys, let me know if you're not able to see the AI trade channel. Okay, nice breakdown. I think we're just waiting for the market, the cabinet meeting to be over. Look at that break. Look at the VIX out of here. Hopefully one of our strikers got that. And of course, the Q's break as well. Everything's starting to break. We're below PML. We're at that daily downside target. See if we can hold that zone. Don't want to see buyers stepping off of that. So if you did that breakdown, that's your runway into that territory, into that PML. Nice little breakdown there. More than a little breakdown. So I guess the market was just waiting for the cabinet meeting to be over. Okay, got you. Vlad P. Harry B. All right, so that's your runway. Sweep will be my sweep will be the lottos. Reclaim. I'm looking at the 651s. I want to see a reclaim, sweep. Back to the other side on SPY. Slow down a little bit. See if we get a nice little push. Risk will be that daily downside target. I'm going to take SPY calls right here for our lotto for the day. All right, so risk would be close below this NC. All right, so mean reversion here. SPY calls, I'm taking the 651s. I want the VIX to stay below 22. Again, make or break on these. If we can get into this territory, we'll get into the 50s. So that'll be my target. So sweep those lows, go to the other side. VIX stay below 27. Initially, our first obstacle, of course, is to get back above that high. Get back above this low here. And I want us to continue to wick on the 5 above that PML. I'm giving it to here, that territory. Okay, close to like a 1.3, 1.4 to 1. All right. Let it play out. In this case, the VIX is above that 27, which don't want it to continue to push away from 27. Let's see if the Qs can get back above that PML. Looks like it wants to set up for a retrace reject. Probably can sit through that a little bit. If buyers want to pick this thing back up off that PML. On the 5, as the VIX continues to accelerate, I want this entire zone to hold up. So this is what it's going to come down to. Okay, can this hold up? All right, no close. Below that territory. So that'll be the lotto for the day. So nice initial retrace reject off of it. Can we go mean reversion or do we go retrace reject until you push lower? We shall see. In the meantime, we'll do the giveaway here. So we have a ton of names today. So we're at 150 likes. We'll do the giveaway. We'll do 2 giveaways. Okay. So I'll give you until maybe another 9 minutes. Another 9 minutes to see if we can get 150. I want to do 2, but we need to get to 150 likes. Okay, just going the opposite way. Okay. VIX is starting to get hot here, so we need the VIX to cool off. Final line in the sand. There's going to be these highs up here. So I can accept that. The fact that it's above that 27. But if it can stay below 27.34, that'd be great. And no close below here. So let's see if there's any buyers off that PML. At least any buyers off that PML. Qs are dumping. SPY's dumping. Dow's dumping. Okay. Not ideal entry. If you took the puts, yeah. If the puts, the retrace reject, that was nice. Okay, so this is it. This is what it's going to come down to. So Lotto's not going anywhere so far. In this current 5-minute juncture, if we can get above 650.21, maybe some signs of life. The VIX is firing off. 650, see if there's any buyers off 650. If we fail 650, then that slide will continue. So let's see if there's any buyers off 650 to at least drive us back. We're seeing synchronized selling across the board. So that retrace reject here off of that level was nicer. 650. Did 650 come to the rescue? So entries off the key levels there at the very lows give you a great position. So now if we start to bounce here, this first small victory we need is above 650.21. Okay, small victory is this, again above 650.21. A second small victory, all right. Okay, if we can start to course correct to go back the upside, is VIX stay below 27.25. All right, if those things can't take place, then that 650 break and smash these lows is imminent. So just see the next 26 seconds is going to be critical. The next 26 seconds is going to be critical. See if you can wick back above that PML. Wick back above PML. I want that 5-minute candle to wick back above PML. Okay. So in this case, the key level bounce entry is so much better than that reclaim entry. Okay, and small victory there, small victory of the 650. So now that's encouraging, but now we need VIX to stay below 27.25, and we need to make sure we stay above 650 now because of another 5-minute candle. So we take a look at it from the 5-minute candle standpoint. We break below here, the selling continues. We break above here, we see a reversal. All right, so what are we close to? So the only way we can potentially get that, if we break below here for the continued push, there's only one way out of there, which is that hammer or that 3-up or to that engulfing candle on that one swift move. But outside of that, this is where that 5-minute candle is. All right, 649.80 fails. Gets that breakdown and continues to sell off. So 650, no one's protecting 650. So Lotto's about to get stopped here. VIX is above that level. Okay. VIX is getting shot out of a rocket here. So if you're in puts, you're encouraged. If we violate that zone, I'll move to the side. Okay, I'm out on the Lottos there. So I'll close the Lottos here at minus 32. If there was some validity behind that move, I would probably hold it until maybe 50%. But the fact that everything's kind of just going against me, I'll close it out there, especially the VIX. All right, let's do the giveaway. It's going to come down to that 650. If you're looking to entertain some Lotto calls off the zone, you need that hold. All right, but we can't deny the fact that there is a lot of selling pressure off 650. All right, primarily fueled by that retrace reject, so no mean reversion. All right, so no mean reversion. Shot my shot there, stopped out. So directionally wrong in this case. So it came down to either a reclaim or a retrace reject. All right, so it saved the VIX. If the VIX was still below that level, 27.50, 27.25, and we were above 650, okay, and sales down 40%, right, I'll still, if it's within that risk, I'll still hold it. But the fact that those things are no longer true, I'll move to the side. All right, let's do the giveaway here, guys. Giveaway. We're at 100 and 22 likes. Okay. All right, we'll spin the wheel. Yeah, Meta's taking a beating. Okay, USO is starting to pick up some speed as well, guys. Crude is starting to pick up some speed. So there can be some more downside. If you're in those puts, you're laughing to the bank. 649.14. Let's take a look at where that is. 649.14. So right in this area. Right, so I had to move out of the way there. There's a lot of selling pressure. Yeah, right there. Right, shockwave right there. Orb right there as well. Right, it was kind of outside that window. But the cues did trigger because it took place before 12 o'clock. Okay, we took the cues here, stopped out, and then afterwards, after 12 o'clock. And then you get that nice little break. So once those environmental conditions are no longer there, then that means that particular setup at that time is not valid. You can see the VIX is shot out of a rocket. Everything is selling off. Fine line in the sand, 649.80. All right, so short-lived lottos here. All right, exclusive one, and that'll maybe be the last one, and let's do the giveaway. Let's do the giveaway here. All right, so any last entries? If we break below this 5-minute candle's low, we continue. 5-minute reversal, 650.44. Okay, so continued selling on IW, continued selling on the Qs. So if you're looking to go the other way, catch the bottom. See if you get some sort of hammer. You need a 2 candlestick combination at minimum on the 5. All right, any other contestants? Going once. IWM, no, those puts are probably printing. Going twice. Papa Whiskey, long time no see. Hope all is well. Papa Whiskey. Kevin C. I believe I got Kevin C. I got Kevin U. Okay, don't have Kevin C. Let's get Kevin C in there as well. Anyone riding those puts? Anyone riding those puts? And look at the VIX. VIX is out of here. Right, you can see what's starting to move. Everything is a negative except USO, inverse. USO is up 4%, close to 4%. Apple is the only thing green at a terrific 12. And ExxonMobil. Palantir down 3. Meta down 6. Meta's down close to $40. Sectors. Only sector that's green plus 1% or greater is energy. Technology taking a hit. Communication service taking a hit. Almost down 2%. Almost down 2%. Healthcare taking a hit. There goes SPY. Another leg lower. That was a nice retrace reject, guys. And if we take a look at it, it really came down to that 650.56 break. All right, so this is where I was looking for that mean reversion. All right, so to see if we can go back to the upside. If you recall the game plan, I know the game plan stream seemed like it was a full day ago. That's the separation we wanted to see. So in this case, just directionally wrong on my end here. Right, but once that 656 broke, starting to make some strides to those lows, and that's Tuesday's lows, that target. If we're going to get back into Monday's lows, guys, Monday's territory, all right, you think of Monday's lows all the way down here. 644, Friday's lows all the way down here. Okay, before, remember, on Friday, we were looking to open up below. On Monday, we were looking to open up below these lows until that announcement, the peace deal, 5-day ceasefire. And that lifted us up. All right, so in this current sell-off, the question is, do we have enough juice to get that gap fill? We're below 50% retrace, and that gap fill is right here. And this is for Monday's gap. That massive gap, guys. That gap fill is right there. So if you're in position, you might be in good position, and this continues to go, guys. My goodness. My goodness. Richie, let's get Richie. Anyone riding the puts? So let me take this off. Let me make this like that. So that the only key zone that we have is there. So don't chase. Okay, don't chase. If you're short below PML, you're good. If you're short below 650, you're good. Just take profits if you need to. You got the 649.14, 649.14. Let's get that exact spot. Six 649.14. Right there. Yeah, exactly that spot. If you went long there, starting to go trade wins. And VIX is directionally in your favor. It's a nice little scalp to the upside. A hammer on the 5 as well. So even though this can be a dead cat bounce, it's very scalpable. So if you're looking to go short, let the bulls pile in and then let them start to get to a point where they start to show some weakness. Let the bulls pile in, get to a point where they show some weakness. Wandre, okay. Zero DTE puts, SPX. Beautiful job, Matt. My goodness, 100%. Was that the first trade of the day for you, Matt? If that was, phenomenal job on exercise and patience. 100%. If you're a scalper, right, through and through, there's enough wiggle room to make something shake. Only issue is, of course, is counter trend. See if you can get back at least into 649.88. All right, let's do the giveaway, guys. Giveaway. We're at 125 likes. Let me refill my coffee real quick, and then we'll do the giveaway. All right, we'll do the end of stream poll as well shortly here, strikers. Oh, I just saw your background, Peter. That's a nice background on Google Meets. Any trade alerts? PDD, CARR breakdown, MDLZ breakout, BLNK hourly breakout chart, hourly breakout, PLTR. I believe PLTR had multiple signals today. Google hourly chart. So you do have access to the AI signals. Just do your due diligence. All right, do your due diligence. Put it through your filter. That comes automatically with your plan. Let's take a look at PLTR here. We take a look at SPY. Intraday price target 651. Gamma exposure indicates that price might be the move up for some time. Okay, 651 puts us right above PML. Sentiment neutral. Market flow, you can see we're starting to get some inflows. We're starting to get some put flow coming in, especially right here at 12 around. As soon as the cabinet meeting was concluded, we started to see some flow coming in. Let's drop down to the intraday hourly. A lot of flow coming into Apple and Meta. So a lot of call flow coming into Apple and Meta and MU as well. Okay. Look at Apple, guys. The call volume change. Mara, TQQQ, so a lot of hedging there. Put volume change. So hedging on some Bitcoin possibly on Mara and Qs here. Okay, so if we break below these lows, we continue to sell. Let's take a look at Meta. Let's take a look at Meta here. Meta and Apple. Meta. Intraday sentiment bearish. So this gives you a view of the flow. Let's put it on the 5 minute. You can see all that flow coming in. What time frame was that earlier? Here we go. So all that flow coming in on Meta. Next thing was Apple. Look at that. Ever since basically 10 o'clock. SPY, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag on SPY. Right, call flow heavy, and then we start to see the put flow coming in. So it has not flipped yet. All right, so basically we got that crisscross right at 10:25, 10:30. So this is the put flow. The red line is the put flow. The white line is SPY's price, and the green line is the call flow. All right. There should be a way to set an alert somewhere. All right, back to SPY. Okay, giveaway time. Giveaway time. All right, let's spin the wheel. Any last entries? SNDK. SNDK's contracts, okay, are going to cost you an arm and a leg. So I'd say those are good for large accounts. And just be mindful of the spreads as well. So you can see Shockwave 15, SNDK. Okay. And crude is pumping. VIX pumped, crude pumped. We got that alert on crude. Shazabi got you. Sam. So now buyers are trying to pick this thing back up. So just looking for dead cat bounces. Okay, let's spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel. 150 likes, we'll do 2 spins. We're at 100 likes already. Let me check how many we have before I spin. Okay, we're at 126. Okay. All right, winner is 5-minute reversal above these highs. Winner is, that should be Mimi. Mimi. I'm missing the I there. So congratulations, Mimi. Congratulations, Mimi. Send me a DM in the free Discord. Okay, I'll drop the link. Code word. Code word is puts. Okay. Congratulations, Mimi, if you're in the chat. Let me see if I can. Okay, I'm gonna link the send you the link. All right, the sooner you send it, the sooner you have access. I'm up to speed with the ones that did send me the DMs. We'll run today's stream until 1:30, and then we'll look to wrap it up. Okay, either in the WAP or the Discord, DM. Flag alert. Okay, before then, if we get to 150, we'll do another one. We will do another. Oh, okay, that was you. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Awesome. You're already on the team. Okay. You don't need to give me the code word if it's you. Yeah, so the boot camp, yeah. So you want back to back. So 2 wins. I can give you access to the older recordings. I'll make those available to you, and also the boot camp that's coming up. Okay? All right, just kind of a standstill here. A little bit of a standstill. See if I can zoom into that exact spot. Okay. Still a lot of put flow. Hourly, we are directional on the hourly. We're directional on the big move wasn't crude in the VIX. Once we made that separation away from 27, clear push to the upside. So now the question becomes, do we have enough room? Do we have enough of a push to get past 27 and to get past into that 28? Okay, do we have enough room? So as long as the VIX continues to push, you can make that nice little equilibrium at 27.50 to see if you can stay above that if you're babysitting some puts and break it into 2 parts. Okay, flag is starting to break there. Follow through, follow through, follow through. So these lows are coming from, let's go all the way back. I believe Friday's lows. Or no, this is a trade wins level. The level that one of our traders, one of our captains shared. It's a nice little relief pop off of it, just to feed the bears. Gap filled. So does the gap get filled, guys? If you think the gap gets filled, which gap am I talking about? The gap from Monday. The Monday gap. Click the link. Okay, so I must have mistaken Candy Lady. So you want last time, not this time. Okay. So if you want last time, just you don't need to have the code word. You already sent me that DM. The way you send me a message is click that link, go into WAP. Once you go into WAP, you'll have access to a DM, or you have access to the free tier Discord, whichever one works best for you. all the way out, done for the day. Beautiful job, Lynn. See if you get some follow through behind that. We got the same kind of thing going on there. Trade wins. All right, that clean retrace reject. All right, this is the key zone. Up here. Okay. We'll take a quick coffee refill. And then we'll be back on the other side. Okay. If we can get that nice retest of those EMAs, some sort of flag, a bigger flag, that'd be nice. This is just a nice little shallow flag. Okay, if we fall back below that 2750, start heading towards 27, that gives the bulls just a little bit of a window. A little bit of a window. Piano keys at the current juncture. So no real separation. It is 12 o'clock. It's about to be 1 o'clock. So our last trade was to see if we get the nice sweep of those lows. Mean reversion, no mean reversion. Just a retrace reject. And we got stopped out right here. Okay, let's pull up our friends at CNBC to listen, and then I'll be right back.
The cabinet meeting for a long time. The market seemed to get a little worse, frankly, as the longer that went on, and it's gotten even a little bit worse now.
It did. Look, I don't know. All the signals are staticky, but the ones we're getting, which are kind of trying to reconcile, this war is won militarily, we're dominating, but yet still, we only have 5% of the flow through the strait, and oil can't relax. And if oil can't relax, stocks are not going to necessarily take heart. And then I think the bigger picture, kind of structural issues with this move. I mentioned earlier this morning, the low for the S&P on this decline was in the futures market. It was in the pre-market overnight Sunday into Monday. And sometimes you have one of those lows that just is a nagging thing, and the market's going to need to see if it was for real. I say it's like the beating heart under the floorboard. So who knows? It's only 1% down from here or something like that. It's not a big deal. But everyone thought maybe we could get out of it easy. The way out of it easy to kind of have a better bounce is probably to have AI and growth stocks and all the non-macro linked stuff actually start to perform. And that obviously is not happening. It's the reverse of that. So I think it creates a kind of a complex issue. Everybody was saying we didn't really get a super panicky flush. If we need it, maybe we will. And then you have this sense out there that we have to put some credence in the idea that negotiations could happen and that this weekend could be consequential in one direction or another. So I think that's why it's confusion. It's low conviction trading. If WTI is above 90, like I said, you're not necessarily going to be able to get a lot of bullish flow in that.
Sure. We're hopeful to get beyond the talks to have talks stage. And I think that the market is hopeful of that too, which is to your point, while we're still in the ballpark here. Yeah. Michael, I'll see you a little bit later. Thank you. Mike Santoli. We'll do finals next.
Pollen in your way?
Allergies on a hike? Great.
Plus, the risk of brain fog.
But we've got Allegra.
Allegra delivers fast, powerful allergy relief with no brain fog due to drowsiness. Try now Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
Doors bring us together. A dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors.
Oh, can you sign this for me quickly?
She's so ready to take over.
With a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth for generations. Doors were meant to be opened.
Never miss a moment.
Our strategy is not to build a self-driving car.
Our strategy is to build a platform so that everybody can have self-driving cars.
Overall demand for oil today is dramatically lower. The direness of the cutting off of 20% of the oil today is not as dire as it once was.
With the Chinese, we reiterate to them, we do not want to decouple, but we do need to take strategic industries back.
Meet Omnilux Contour, an LED light therapy mask clinically proven to reduce fine lines and wrinkles. Find out how you can improve your skin at OmniluxLED.com.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Son's can trap pollutants, allergens, dust, pet dander, gases, chemicals, odor, smoke, and much, much more. It uses a 3-stage filtration process, and we know we've got healthy, clean air at home.
Something amazing is happening here. More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW supports Mac integration across your organization. With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across devices and applications, there's a Mac for every job. Make amazing happen.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up, but what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Hey folks, I'd like to tell you about Y-Refi. Did you know, as an accredited investor, when you invest in Y-Refi, your interest rate is fixed? And did you know that you can invest from 1 to 5 years, and you can spread your investment over those terms to best suit your needs? You have the freedom to take your monthly interest as income or reinvest, whatever you choose. When you invest with Y-Refi, your interest is calculated daily, and you're paid monthly. Would you like some more information? Just call 877-80-INVEST. That's 877-80-INVEST. Or log into investyrefi.com. That's investyrefi.com. For complete details, make sure to review the private placement memorandum and scan this QR code to view the disclosures at your leisure. Y-Refi, investing in America's future.
With Kalshi, you can trade on anything, from sports to news to even pop culture. And unlike other apps, Kalshi lets you trade against other users, not the house. Trade live as plays unfold. Kalshi, trade on anything. New users can get a bonus when they sign up and trade.
To join me 3 o'clock closing bell. Jeremy Siegel, Adam Parker, Walter Isaacson, Doug Clinton, and Jeff DeGraff. So we got a great lineup, and I hope you'll join me a couple hours from now. Robbie, you're up first. Final trade.
Meta.
Oof. That's ugly.
Bad day.
7%.
Bad day. Breaking Josh's rule.
All right. Yeah, we'll have more on that coming up at 3. I can promise you that. Weiss.
I'm just staying in cash right now, and I'll wait for an opportunity.
Okay, Malcolm.
IBM, talk about Halo Tech.
JB?
CrowdStrike, green on a red day. I like it.
All right, I'll see you in a little bit. The exchanges now. All right, thank you very much, Scott. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Dominic Chu in for Kelly Evans today. Stocks are under pressure this hour as Iran and the U.S. do not seem to be any closer to finding any common ground. Yields are still elevated. The 10-year's back up to the 4.4% level right now. It swung by 14 basis points from its low to its high just so far this week alone. Oil prices rising once again with U.S. benchmark prices at $94 a barrel. Brent, the international benchmark, back at $108 per barrel. And we are watching the memory trade. Google unveiling new technology designed to reduce the memory needed for those big large language models for AI. SanDisk, Western Digital, Micron, and Seagate all sharply lower on the day, as you can see there. But we will begin with the latest developments on Iran as the president just wrapped up a cabinet meeting. Eamon Javers is in Washington, D.C. with the headlines. Eamon.
Dom, that's right. The president said in the cabinet meeting today that he thought that the price of oil could have gone even higher during the Iran war and that the stock market could have been more badly impacted than it's been. It gives a signal, I think, that the president sees a little bit of running room economically to continue with the war, at least in the short term. The president also revealed what it was he was talking about earlier this week. Remember, he had hinted that the Iranian side had given what he called a present to the U.S. side at some point in the negotiations of this war. He said that the president was economically very valuable, but he didn't say what it was earlier this week. Today, he said it was essentially a proof of authority test. The U.S. was trying to determine whether or not the Iranians that they were negotiating with were, in fact, in control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they asked them to demonstrate that. Here's how he explained it.
They said to show you.
Okay, back. Looks a nice retest of that key zone. All right, see if we get a nice shooter on the 5 across all the board, across all the indexes. We'll get a nice little retest right there. So not a lot of action since we left. Possible speed bump 1, 2, 3. 49.88. Yeah, I got 89. You got 20. Is that the PML? Close to it. So right there, that's speed bump 1. $79%. Beautiful job, Gerald. Beautiful job. Let that 5-minute candle close. If we can go shooter, to the downside we go. And I'll take the puts. In the meantime, see if the VIX can start waking up a little bit and going north, back towards that 27.50. So again, keep in mind it is midday action. We are directional to the downside. We made that nice little move below prior shift lows. The perfect ideal entry, of course, is here. So if you have this ideal entry, you're in good position. That 5-minute continues to run off. See if we can get it as close as possible into this territory here. Something along the lines of that PML retrace reject for that last bit of that gap fill. Last little piece of that gap fill. Okay. Are we getting it? No puts right now. I'm not in any puts right now. I'm looking to get in those puts. So coffee refill. You don't take those puts there. Again, this is just scalps at this point. If you're waiting for that official 5 minute, if you're going 5 for 5, meaning using the 5 minute, using 5 minute risk, 5 minute candles to gauge everything. This is the way. It's about almost like a negative R. So you need this thing to go into that gap fill then. That's the case. All right. See, we got one more little push. Keeping a close eye on our neighbors here. That simultaneous break. The Qs did go engulfing. All right, if you're still trading, make sure you're sizing down. It's midday. Looking at the 649s. I can even use this 5 into that gap fill. So if you got this entry, you have the best seat. So a bigger picture using the 5, this would be the line of thinking. Right? Almost like a 1-to-1 essentially. All right. In that case, if we can get that synchronized selling across the board, that'd be great. That would support it. So get the Qs to break down, get everything to break down. So best entry, first class, potentially economy class. Now final destination, gap fill. See if we get that break. Right, the ideal entry is as close as possible to key levels, kind of in the middle of those key levels. So any kind of bounce would already be in drawdown. So we'll have to be okay with that if I take that entry there. Risk would be defined. Great area would be the top of this candle. If we can come and sweep these highs or come back into this box, this would be a good entry. Okay. Okay, if you use the symmetrical inefficiency, you can make the argument for here. And make that a little faded. So at least get into there. Okay, keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. So that'll be the last trade of the day. So last two trades stopped out, QQQ and SPY. First trade worked out beautifully. Okay, this would be the 5-minute risk. Okay, come back a little bit. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. I want the puts. Okay, puts right there. ExxonMobil starting to push. That could be favorable. Okay, so my risk in this case is PML. See if you had a nice push. Right, this would be the perfect way because you're already in that profit, but see if you get a nice push into the support here. Continued sell off. I want to see synchronized selling, so I want to see everything trigger. Okay, I want to see everything trigger here. Get some follow through. I want the VIX to go north. I want the VIX to go north, and I want us to go south. If you did take this manage accordingly, if you have that early entry, you're laughing to the bank, you're comfortable. And if you have a very tight stop, your stop can be here. If you want to have something a little more conservative, a little more aggressive, PML. All right, it is small size lotto hour, so just keep that in mind. I like how the Qs are dumping. Qs go to the floor, that'd be great. We have room into this support. Okay, there we go. TP if you need to, guys. TP if you need to. Our first test is going to be the support. Okay, 5 minutes, still some selling there. Qs are coming into some of these wicks, so we need the Qs to continue that selling. The Qs are getting sold off. I want to see all the indexes stay below that 5-minute breaker. If you did take profits, congratulations. If you're still holding, you mark out your NC. All right, just manage accordingly. The closer we get to this territory, we do have some history of buyers getting active here, so we don't want to see aggressive pushes. But I got to sit through that if I want us to get that full break, get that full break down here. You can make the adjustment to that if you want. All right, but I'll see it through. See it through to see if you get that nice push. 5 minutes, as long as 5 minutes stays bearish, we'll be good to go. I want that 15-minute to flip now. I want that 15-minute to get flipped. After going tweezer bottom, I want it to get flipped. Okay, so I already seen about 7-8% already, but again, I want to see this completely break down. All right, so feel free to do what you need to do. Uh, 649.14 break. If you can get below that, that would be even better. So stay bearish on these fives. Go, go, go. We're just colliding with those EMAs. Want the VIX to continue to push higher. For us to get to double-digit territory, we're going to have to get below that 648. Probably that 648.14. That might be the double-digit area. So in this case, my stop here, guys, is here. No close above here. NC. Okay, it can get dicey down here, but I'm willing to sit through that back and forth. What was that? Okay. New 5-minute candle coming in 20 seconds. That 5-minute candle coming in, that's going to be great. Okay, up 11. There we go. There we go. Go, go, go. So again, first test of support. You want that to, if you want that full breakdown, you're going to have to overcome support. Okay, you're going to have to overcome that support. Qs, I need the Qs to close below here. New 5-minute candle here, up 15. Take some off right there at 15. All right, for good measure. First scale out at 15. And now I want to see if this thing can really fall off a cliff. Really fall off a cliff. Thank you very much. NC has been moved. If we get that break below these lows, we'll be good to go. Q stay below 678.19. All right, so now we broke that support. We want that to hold. Look at the VIX. VIX is out of here. All right, first scale out 15. Let's see if this can go for that gap fill. If you took that, dollar signs in the chat. Dollar signs in the chat. Qs, we need the Qs to stay below 578.19. All right, this can try to turn into support. We have to respect that. All right, so my NC now has been moved to here. So I want no close back above here. In pursuit of that gap fill, barring some kind of, unless we get some sort of 5-minute reversal. Qs are starting to grab those lows, push to the upside. I'll move it to right here, and I'll close above this sell block. All right, that can possibly be about minus 3 to 7%. That'll be that break-even point. If we break below these lows down here, 648.91, we'd be good to go. All right, playing that gap fill. Okay, already TP'd one. Okay, we need the VIX to continue to push higher. All right, so in the meantime, they're trying to turn this thing into support. All right, so inside on the 5. A nice response on the mega caps off those lows. Swept those lows. So one of the variables that we don't want to see take place is taking place. We swept these lows as well. So I don't want that to send us all the way back above that level. If it sends us back above these levels, then I'll just move to the side. That's 649.13. If we can stay under that level, okay, no close here. So I'm willing to accept no closes. I'm willing to accept wicks, but no closes. So I'm trying to use the waves in my favor here. So they're trying to use this as support. Okay, so we rode this thing into support, knowing that was our obstacle in pursuit of these lows. All right, so best practice, take a little bit of TP. If you opt not to take TP, that's okay as well, as long as that's your measured risk. All right, close above 649.33. That's the line in the sand for the runners. See the nice push. Push back lower. That 5-minute candle's inside. This is primarily being driven by small mega caps. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. No close above it. I'll stay in it. Okay, so I want to see if we get that gap fill. Looking good so far. No, this is just my own setup. So I was a little bit late to the party because I went to refill coffee, comes into that territory. Now I'm trying to find a way to get this to the downside. Okay, there you go. Nice little shake. Nice little trap. A nice little bull trap there. Okay, maybe we got all those bulls trapped and squeeze them to the floor. That'd be great. Who's babysitting runners, or who's still in this? Who's still in this? So if this does get that gap fill within the time between 1:30, that'd be great. Now we're gonna have this back and forth ordeal. All right, so already risk has been taken off. We already had that 15% scale out. So let's see if we can start to go. This is it. This is our time to shine. No close above this level. That 5-minute candle, if it can stay inside, that's going to be great for the next 23 seconds. All right, this primary buy up is being led by the Qs. Okay, the Qs are what's really leading us higher. So if the Qs can start to fall back below 578.19, we'll be in good shape. There's just some little back and forth. All right, some little back and forth there. The hourly breaker, if you're playing the hourly time frame, is right there. Okay, we're on the footsteps of that hourly breaker. So we're inside on the hour. The 4-hour retrace reject lined up with this. Okay. So we don't want to see a break of the 5-minute candle highs on the Qs or SPY. Hourly breaker is right there. If we break that, we are directional on the hour. Go, go, go. Take this thing to the floor. There we go. All right. So if you're up here, okay, if you're up here, when I talked about paying attention to that zone, you're already up nicely. Okay, up 17. Go, go, go. Let's get that gap fill. Let's get that gap fill. Let's get that gap fill. Up 24, 23. Thank you very much. Go, go, go. 648.53 is that target. Again, feel free to scale out wherever you need to, okay? So don't wait for me to tell you to take profit. See profit, take profit. Okay, green is green. Up 24. My NC is now here, guys. So I'm constantly moving that stop. Okay. Constantly trailing that stop. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Up 31. Gap has officially been filled. 31% right there. See if we get a drop below it. See if we get a drop below it. I want to give it a second here. We can't bounce here. All right. Gap has officially been filled. See, there's some more strength coming into it. NC will give it to here. Very thin NC. All right. So TP, hit TP already, guys. Okay. So feel free to TP here. If you're holding runners a little bit more longer, if we can break below 648.53, we'll be good to go. Get that dump. We can see some buyers step in here up 35. All right. Okay. Go, go, go. See buyers pick this thing back up. Okay. I'll close it right there. All right. So all out. So we officially play the gap fill. Gap fill trade setup. Scaled it out 15. Last TP at 28.29. We did see 35 plus. And that's the setup right there, guys. All right. So we can officially say that we played the gap fill for Monday. Okay. All right. On that note, that'll be the last idea. If you're still holding, okay, the classic indicator. Once I sell, this thing's gonna get ready to make another leg lower. All right. So who took that? Anyone take that? And look at this. This thing continues to go. All right. So hit target already. We walked through that piece by piece. If you're still holding, this is not good, guys. It's not good for SPY if you're bullish on the higher time frames. Head and shoulder trade wins. Beautiful. Anyone else took that? All right, so this is where we can see some exhaustion. All right. So that's exactly where we took it to. What was our first challenge? Our first challenge was overcoming the support. Okay, so that was the first TP. Right behind that, what are we looking for? Okay, we get a response, that natural response off that support. We're going to allow that as long as we stay below that risk threshold. We're going to sit through it, and then, of course, it starts to break, and we take the profit right there. All right, so hopefully, even if you didn't take it, all right, hopefully you're picking up all this information, guys. That's how you want to manage your particular trade. Done for the day, green across the board. Thank you. Beautiful job, underrated nerd. So it looks like, yeah, you took that right there. Babysitter always works. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So if you're babysitting, make sure, again, we saw 30+%. All right, if you have a better entry, maybe you saw 40%. If you're all the way up here, you're north of 60, 70% possibly. This is the ideal entry. All right, but we're a little late to the party. So again, but still, when we're late to the party, we have to find a way, okay? Since we're a little bit late, we need that synchronized selling. You see? So we need everything to sell off. We just don't want it to be just a concentrated sell-off on SPY. And look at that. We get above that 27.50. And that leads to that drop. All right. All right, let's get this breakdown. One of our traders is still in this, Ohm. All right, if you're one of our traders, so we want this thing to fall off a cliff. Beautiful. Just keep trailing it. All right. Mark out your NC every few minutes, every 5 minutes. If it's still valid, mark out your NC. Man, oh man, oh man. Look at this move, guys. Look at this move. All right, so this is not bigger picture, guys. This is the higher time frame, especially when we go daily and above. Looking very bearish. The gap has been filled. And one of our biggest problems is, guys, when you do start trading with our team, is when we're right, we're too right, and we don't catch the whole thing. And that's a good problem to have sometimes. All right. So out of the list of problems you can have as a trader, being too right and not being there to catch the whole thing is a good problem. All right. But just make sure you have something to show for it. Okay. Just turn it into don't take it too serious from the standpoint of don't beat yourself up. Turn it into a practical joke. Because at the end of the day, you are walking away with something. Okay. So don't let it get to you and lead to FOMO. So be very lighthearted with it. That's what I try to do as well. Because if I just hold on to it, I'm going to be chasing all over the place. Okay? Once I get my piece out of there, I can care less where the thing goes. Because let me tell you guys, if the market has a chance to wipe your account out and liquidate your account, if it had the chance, it will do it in a heartbeat. Well, it has no mercy. Okay, so you can't, when it's your time, when you have a chance to capitalize off profits, all right, make sure you're doing the right thing, you're diligent, and you're profit taking. And if it goes beyond, who cares what happens? That's an illusion. Okay, you do what you can to identify the opportunity. You do what you can to capture that opportunity. Where it goes after the fact, turn it into a lighthearted joke. Because if you don't, okay, the market will use it against you to hold traders longer than you need to hold trades longer than you need to. All right? Yeah, 100%, Lynn. Who's still in this? If you're still in this ohms, you should be in the 50s, 60s. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at this. Use me as an indicator. If I'm out of my runners, more than likely another leg lower coming. Okay. Any questions, guys, before we wrap it up? Any questions? For us to make another leg lower, we need to break above that 28. We can see some buyers try to step in, drive this thing back to 648.63. Let's just go for a quick little second here and zoom back. We can see more put flow continues to come in. So all those bounces are scalps. So if you're looking for those big moves, you need to wait until it comes to a key level. All right. And basically buy the puts once the bounce starts to fade. So let it bounce, let it come into those levels. This is the A plus. This is the A plus setup, the A plus entry for the setup. I would say this is the textbook entry. All right, we're just capturing the leftovers. Since this can lead to a massive move, we're trending. It's a clear trend across all the indexes. We're just catching the rest of this from the initial rejection into those lows. Okay, because if it's going to go, it's going to go. Okay, just like that. All right, so the question is, it went down another 52 cents, which is huge. All right, buddy, this is a good area to TP because this is when the greed starts coming in. Okay, that's exactly where that TP is, because this becomes where the greed is. The greed is here. All right. Okay, you start getting very greedy there, and it starts to go the other way. All right, and look at that, just like that, potential reclaim as VIX rejects off that 28. This happens over and over and over and over again. Are you going to have a 100% win rate? Are you going to get it right every single time? No. You're going to get it right more times than you're not, but the times you get it wrong, okay, make sure if you're invalidated, if you're beyond your risk threshold, you move to the side. You move to the side. And just like that, we wake up. And we grabbed. So those are the lower lows. Those are the lower lows. Okay, let's get the likes up on YouTube before I wrap up, guys. 150 likes to do one more giveaway. That will be the last trade of the day. Best trade of the day was, of course, our first trade. Worked in our favor. All right, our regular scalps trades are between that 9:30, 10:30 window, especially 9 o'clock. All right, and then we start to just size down as the day continues. All right, some people like to size up as the day continues. All right, they like to throw a couple of feelers if they have the hot hand, like they like to size up as they go. Right, I'll be the opposite. I'm sizing down because my mental capital is going down. Okay, your mental capital is going down throughout the day. It's not going up. You cannot regenerate your mental capital throughout the day. So if you recall here, this bounce here, a little bit of a sloppy entry, all right, if you ask me. I mean, I have the luxury of hindsight to make that declaration. But what I was really interested in was that continued push for that reclaim. All right, but of course, this bounce, that level would be the ideal entry. Or even this downward, this 2-1, 2 down, 2 up. Into that could be a better entry. But even though you have the better entry, once it's invalidated anyways. The reason why I say that better entry, because if you have a better entry, you can give it a little more room. You're not so close to your stop. All right, so the big move took place off of here, right? So coming into that area, we discussed the importance of big move is approaching, right? So it's going to be either the mean reversion or that retrace reject. The past few days, we've been seeing mean reversions. All right, so I went with the mean reversion side. Okay, so what that means is there was more upside than downside at that particular time because those were the lows of the day. What was my risk threshold? Break below these lows. And on top of that, there was environmental conditions that I wanted to be satisfied while I'm in the position. Once those things are no longer satisfied, then I got to move along. Okay, because it makes no sense. If that criteria is no longer there, it makes no sense to sit through all this. That's not part of the plan. Okay. And then, of course, the last one right here. And then we took the cues for a quick stop out and right here as well. Okay. Starting to wake up, going back the other way. Going back the other way. They're playing a vicious game, guys. Divergence, beautiful. You caught that, Doctor? Beautiful, I think so. Maybe up to 651.50. I'm done for the day, but I have calls for tomorrow. I'm in swings. Didn't want to at first, but at the money is safer. I could have helped myself. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And you have the hot hand. Right. Momentum is a real thing, guys. In life, in trading. Once the ball starts rolling, right, once you get that hot hand, you want to keep utilize the momentum that's working in your favor. If you're getting good reads, you got to keep going. 20%. Beautiful job, Doctor. That divergence. Okay, I'll put the hardest letters to put in the chat down for the day. Okay, so again, as usually I look for 3 to 5 trades. This week, been trying to keep it as clean as possible. All right. AI alert came in. Can you guys all see the AI alert channel? A lot. Some of you can see it, some of you can't. So I'll have to get that fixed. Any questions on YouTube, guys? Any questions on YouTube before we wrap up? Apple, Amazon with a trade when they were at the highs of the day and waited them to roll to see the downside. Yeah, if you'd like to trade those two names, that's absolutely true. Rockish 647.20 target. To the downside. Yeah, just a little bit of 647. We need to get below these lows. 640 target. No, not 640. 640 is way out there. All right, 640. The 640 target will be all the way here. Right? I would love it for it to drop to 640. I have no problem against it if it drops to 640. This is a 1,000. This is what 1,000+% looks like. All right, if it dropped all the way there, yeah, that's 1,000+%. Thousands of percents. Okay. But I have these key levels. I use these key levels for multiple things. Okay, my key levels, the SAT key levels, they're multifunctional, multi-purpose. Okay, the closer I keep my ideas to the key levels, the better I do. So these key levels are so critical. Okay, why? Because one, I can use them as entry points. So same levels. Entry points, stops, targets, and key zones based on these levels. Okay. SAT key levels. It gives me everything I need. Now it's just a matter of me, okay, getting the reads at those particular levels, getting the environment, assessing the environment. If I get the wrong read, get stopped out, move along. Get the right read, manage accordingly, TP where I need to, and move along. All right. So if you want those exact entries, it's going to be tied to these key levels. If you're looking to join the Discord, Patel, if you're looking to join the Discord, smartactiontraining.com. I opened up 20 spots at the beginning of the week. We've been growing the past few weeks. Okay, so I do appreciate that we are growing, but we want to grow sustainably and be able to accommodate everyone in our community. All right, so I opened it up multiple times. So now I open up 20 more spots. Out of those 20 spots, there's about, I believe, let me check. Maybe I believe 8 to 9 spots available. Okay, so make sure to take advantage of that. It's an absolute steal. You get the most amount of value, best bang, educational. All right, everything is process over profits. We emphasize the importance of education. And one thing I can't buy is the kind of community we've been cultivating. All right, I can get cool features in the Discord. I can pay for services. All right, to add AI alerts, to add different kind of things in the Discord. But the one thing you cannot buy is culture. The one thing you cannot buy is the quality of the community you're building. So that is, I would say, the highlight on top of everything else is what makes us unique. Is the type of traders we have in our community, the type of people. They're willing to trade. Everyone's respectful. All right, everyone is running their own race, but are willing to offer up a helping hand. Okay, so it's not crabs in a barrel mentality. Okay, it's a collective, almost like a tribal collective pack. Everyone looking out for one another. All right, that's what sets us apart. And if you surround yourself in that kind of environment, along with have access to the needed resources, that will bring the best out of you. Another leg lower. So we come back to the support. All right, bounce, bounce, bounce. What type of setup is this, guys? What type of setup is this? Just from a trend line standpoint, okay? Not the fact that what candles are there. What type of setup is that? Okay, so if you do want to join, the link, I'll drop the link in the on YouTube. Okay, price increase coming next month. All right, for those of you who did join, again, you're grandfathered in for life. Welcome. Also, if you've been here for more than a week, make sure to leave some stars on WAP. Okay, leave some stars on WAP. Give us some feedback. All right. Right? There's a lot of people that have been burnt by Discord, that are Discord hurt, and they're reluctant. I don't blame them. All right, so through your rating, we strive for five stars as standard. Through your rating, through your testimony, that can help someone on the other side. Especially in times like this, right? Having a community is going to be very important. Being part of the right kind of community is very important. If you already have a community that you like, that you're constantly growing and improving, that's great. Okay. You have to use the code trial20 if you want to save 20% off. Not trial20, 20%. Just 20%. Tomorrow we got a big day, guys. Free Trade Friday. So you definitely want to show up. And our 1 year giveaway. Our stream anniversary giveaway. The ones who've been with me for 1 year, hopefully are making some tremendous progress. I would love a quick update on your journey. How you've been navigating. More to come. All right. Just incremental improvements, getting better. You don't need these drastic exponential improvements in a short period of time. You don't want to be a meme stock. You want to be a blue chip. Okay, gradual incremental changes, incremental improvements over a long period of time. That's what leads to sustainable exponential growth. Trimmed 1 con, holding 2 DTE calls. Okay. Oh, you took some profits there on that nice little run up. I believe you took the calls in that area. All right, so we're at the lows of the day. I already took profits. My TP was right there. So if you are holding runners, if you're using the 15, all right, still a lot of selling. Okay, remember the game plan, guys? The game plan today? Okay, if you recall what the game plan was this morning, a big shout out to everyone still tuning in from 9 a.m. All right, we have close to 40 people still tuning in from 9 a.m., guys. So a big shout out to you guys for putting in the effort, for having that eagerness, the hunger to learn. And it will definitely translate and pay off. All right, so the retrace reject was the main watch. First setup was that push into it, so we took advantage of that retrace reject. Right, so that was there for the grabs. That was there for the taking. So again, even myself, I'm looking to make improvements to get better as well. So by no means am I perfect. But what I can tell you is the closer we stick to the game plan, the better we do. When it comes to game plan formation, game plan crafting, that's key. The question becomes, how well do we stick to the game plan? Okay, how well? And this one you have to be patient. This one requires patience. All right, you wait for that nice pump up. You go short there. Okay, so, and then of course, if you go further dated, you use the 15. There's no signs of life. We get a couple of wicks, right? But look how long it takes. So more than likely, if you use a 0 DTE with something like this, and say you hold until 3 p.m., even though it worked in your favor, since you held so long, you'll still be maybe break even or maybe negative or just small double-digit gain. So to catch a move from the game plan, or you're gonna have to give yourself and buy some time, because it's gonna take time to unfold. If it takes time, you need to buy time. Okay, if it takes time to unfold, you need to buy time. All right, so the game plan, once again, played out to a T beautifully. Yep, we got our lower low there. Just be mindful of that sweep. Any questions, guys? Any questions before we wrap up? Any questions? Strikers, any questions? All right, so just a trend day. Collision into the waves, collision to the EMAs. Okay, so the last trade that we did take, okay, coincided with that as well. So we were going with the trend. All right, so the trend is there. Okay, another leg lower. Context is key. Let's see where those puts are. So we got those puts at 111. Okay. Sold at 142. Those are the 649s. And they're up, they're at 180 now. So another, I'd say 30 to 40% on top of that. So maybe close to 100% there. Close to 100%, maybe 70 to 90%. I got your message, Mimi. Got it. So tomorrow, guys, Free Trade Friday. Jump in the free tier Discord. Make sure to join the free tier Discord if you have access to the delay-free ad-free stream. We'll get you the preview of our pre-market prep. All right. And, of course, tomorrow is the last Friday of March. All right, so tomorrow we're going to ramp down. It's going to be Free Trade Friday. We're also going to do the big giveaway. So you're going to make sure to come tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern. We'll do the big giveaway for our 1-year stream anniversary. Okay. And what's on the line? We'll do the giveaway for the 1-year plan. All right, so 12 months of access. And then after that, we have April kicking off next week. So all the price changes will be implemented next week. Because April, it starts off in the middle of the week. So it's weird when it does that, right? We have a new month and a new weekly we have a it's like this. We have an existing weekly candle, okay? Existing weekly candle. And then on top of that, on a higher time frame, we get a new monthly candle. So this weekly candle is half that monthly candle. Some of it is from the monthly candle, and some of it is from the old month as well. Okay, this thing is selling off. No mean reversion today, just complete trend day. Complete trend day. I believe it was Tuxmaster. If you took that, you're laughing to the bank. You are laughing to the bank. We broke that 28. EMAs, don't undermine or underestimate the power of EMAs. This is where we were. That last idea. Okay. See how it's coming back to retest this territory where we initially got stopped out. Okay, guys, this is starting to accelerate. Remember, Friday's gap has been filled. Monday's gap has been filled. So Friday's level, if we take this out, we are directional on the weekly. If we take that out, we're directional on the weekly. No bueno for the Bulls. No bueno. 28%. Beautiful job, Chris. Anyone else? So don't underestimate the EMAs, guys. Once the trends are there, use the EMAs in conjunction with key zones and key levels, along with price action. Okay. I like to use them on the 5. Okay, 5 is good. A 1, the 1 gives you the immediate feel. I don't use the 1 too much, right? I can use the 1 waves from time to time, but the 5 gives you that good read. Nice little sweet spot. Fun day, 100%. Man, rip, happy, fun market. Green trades, but can't offset the losses from portfolio. So the long-term trade wins, yeah. The long-term 401ks, all those long-term guys, they're taking a nice little hit. But again, long-term will eventually recover. All right, there's no expiration date on the long-term. Look at that sell-off, guys. Look at that sell-off. The Dow's at PML. IW's at PML as well. So this sell-off is really taking place in here. QQQ. QQQ mega caps down 1.7. GLD down. Silver down 5%. USO up 4%. The only thing green out of terrific 12 is ExxonMobil and Apple. Everything else taking a hit. Sectors, the only thing green is consumer staples, barely, and energy. Utilities as well, and real estate, barely. So there's nowhere to hide outside of energy. Okay, so usually midday we were seeing mean reversions, but now we're just seeing a complete sell-off. Again, we have a catalyst today as well, guys. Don't forget. So it could be a delayed reaction to the cat, but we do have a catalyst for us to continue to push. Past couple of days, we don't have any catalyst as far as the economic calendar is concerned. All right, so the unemployment claims number ticked higher as well. Okay. Okay, most times those trend days, after some chop periods, after some back and forth, take place on those red folder catalyst days. My friend won the afternoon. Won what? So the winner of the course was Mimi. So the winner was Mimi Patel. So there was only one winner today. It was Mimi. Unless Sam Patel is Mimi. Okay, this is getting interesting, guys. Let's do one thing. Okay, let's do one thing. Look at the flow. Did we see any call flow coming in? No call flow coming in. Intraday sentiment, bearish. The 640 puts for 417, the most dominant contract today. These contracts received $92 million in premium. $92 million in premium. All right, look at that, guys. All the put flow coming in. Take a look at the live flow. See if we got some sweeps and block orders coming in. I'm going to filter it out for SPY. Okay, look at that. Tomorrow, sweeps. 650s tomorrow, sweep. A little bit of call activity as well, but primarily sweeps on the puts. April 17th, April 17th. Okay, bearish net premium, $12 million. So 43% of the orders are sweeps. That's pretty significant. That's pretty high, guys. Meta, we're starting to see some calls coming to Meta, but June, further data calls. 550s, 550s. See, you get some sweeps. Tomorrow, so we got some calls coming into Meta. 120 contracts. Okay, someone's shooting their shot for tomorrow. Okay, looks like this thing wants to continue to sell off. VIX is headed north. VIX is northbound, guys. VIX is northbound. My 223 put now 16. Each of them got 50. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 1,600. Beautiful job, Mr. Stocks. We might have to extend our coverage to watch this, guys. We're in the middle of a massive, massive sell-off. All right. Okay, as we're seeing this sell-off, let's see what CNBC says. I want to illustrate to you how narratives are controlled. All right, they're probably going to talk about the sell-off. I want to just see how they cover it, what kind of coverage they provide. Okay, because now it's starting to accelerate here, guys. Let's do one thing. Let's do one thing here. Very important that we do take a look at this. We laid out the groundwork for both participation groups. What the bulls need to do by the end of the week, what the bears need to do by the end of the week. Okay. Ooh, ExxonMobil starting to fuel up here. See some sort of dead cat bounce here. SPY. So I want to illustrate this to you. SPY, that 200 EMA, of course, had that nice little compression under that EMA. We rejected off it, continue to sell off. That's where we are. That weekly downside breaker, guys. For us to become directional on the weekly, this is it. We already filled that massive gap up for Monday. So we got bailed out by the comments from the president. Okay, and this channel, we continue to trade in this channel. This is the channel we're trading in. So we made these highs with the comments. So if we take out this weekly downside breaker, more than likely we're headed towards these lows. When? We'll see. right? But this is a channel. When we get to those highs, we shall see. But this is the channel. We need to respect this channel. We've been in this bearish channel since that initial break of this back and forth chop. If you remember before this, we were stuck in this area for a few weeks. And then we finally start to break down. We've broke that critical support. Okay, once we broke that critical support, and then it started to trade in this channel. All right, we got a high, we got a high, we got a high, we got a high. Question number one is, are all these highs lower than every single high that's been forming is lower? Okay, and every single low that's been forming from this point on is lower. So bigger picture. Okay, intraday we're seeing a relief pop off those lows. Nice reclaim of PML on the IWM. That's where we are. On the weekly, we are inside on the weekly still. So if we take out these lows, we'll be directional. So this is the longest amount of time we've spent below the 200 EMA. How many days has it been? So we came into it initially. Bounced. Sold off, bounced. We closed at the 200 EMA in that area. Then we closed how many days? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is our 6th day, almost a full week below the 200 EMA. Okay, the last line of defense, this right here, and that's already been compromised. Okay, so we saw a bull step up here. They stepped up here as well. That translated to here. Okay, we got a relief bounce in that area. Okay, with the of course the ceasefire news, or the supposed ceasefire news, and that wasn't enough because there was no legitimacy behind it. It's just negotiation. It's a negotiation tactic. All right, so now that we're through here, okay, one negative catalyst coming in from the Middle East, okay, or one negative headline, okay, this thing can start to go. Okay, this thing can start to go. So now we have to rely on the weekly time frame to see where we are. Okay, so that 5% pullback is here. We're below that. We have the 10% pullback here. And then right between that, we have this 20 EMA on the weekly, where we're sitting right there. So we're sitting right at the 200 EMA, right? That 20 EMA on the weekly. So that opens up the gateway for us to continue to slide into the into the low 430s. And into the low 630s, okay, and high 620s. Okay. Very important to know where we are in the grand scheme of things. All right, the level between us and where we need to get to, we have this retrace reject level here, okay? And we have the 650, 645 I should say, and that weekly downside breaker. For us to become directional below Friday's lows, this is what we need to get below, okay? That's what we need to get below. Let's take a listen to here.
Most of the stock market has
been really.
Yeah. I mean, I know we're down a couple percent from the highs, but we rallied huge
absolutely
into it. Are you surprised at how resilient we've been?
I'm not surprised with the resilience of the economy so far. It's still to be tested. And therefore, I'm not that surprised by the market, because the other thing that's happening here is apparently industry analysts haven't gotten the memo that there's a war going on and it might cause a recession, because earnings expectations have actually gone up. The analyst expectations for the
Are those wrong? Is that wrong to do that? Energy, while critical, is the lowest percentage of the GDP input cost that it's been ever in American history.
It's not going to make a big difference. What is making a big difference is that we continue to see that earnings expectations are rising in technology. There's a lot of controversy about technology these days, but the analysts collectively keep raising their estimates for that sector.
But yet there has been a drawdown in the Mag 7, a pretty good drawdown.
Yeah, and it would have been more if it hadn't been for the analysts raising their earnings. In other words, the valuation multiple of the market, overall market, with the Magnificent Seven has gone down from about 22 to 20. It would have been more than that if earnings estimates hadn't been right.
Do you think that draw?
This level right here is critical. Retrace reject point or reclaim point right here. So if this can act as a magnet for us to get pulled back at that territory, right, then we'll be tasked with the decision to see if we get that reclaim or retrace reject, aligning with that with the environmental conditions. That could be where the next move takes place. All right, so the question becomes, do we have more selling left into the 645s? All right, that weekly downside breaker. If we do, if we get that drop into the 27, 28 on the VIX, that can give us a nice little relief pop, okay, into this territory. And then the VIX, we get back above that 28. All the indexes collide with their EMAs. We start sliding, and then we get that nice little push back to downside. All right, for that dead cat bounce. If you're looking for that dead cat bounce, that's it. If you're looking for that complete potential early sign of reversal, if you're not trying to catch the bottom, if we can take out these lows, this can be the gateway for us to potentially make this shift. Okay, shift that structure. So for us to shift that structure, the most important high is up here. All right, so if you play the reclaim, you need the VIX to stay below that critical level. You need to start working their way deep into those EMAs, potentially reclaiming some of those EMAs. All right, so therefore, this area is going to be an area of interest. Okay, it's going to be an area of interest. $2 p.m. buy program engaged. No, that would be right. Say, imagine if SPY gaps up above 200 EMA. That would require a pretty significant gap up right here. We're probably going to need some kind of tweet or something. That's about a $12, $15 gap up from where we are now. Can go either way. What we do know is there's a good chance it's going to gap up or gap down. We've seen that every single day this month, outside of 1 or 2 days, and those weren't because they didn't gap up. Those gaps weren't sufficient enough for us to mark those gaps. Anyone taking any lottos? Any lottos into Friday? So you have an indicator that shows mean reversion? No, I just use technicals for the mean reversion. So no indicator yet, but that will be on its way. So that will be on its way. We're going to have a family of indicators. Of course, first one is your Shockwave 15 Pro. That'll be out next week. $633. If we get to 633, Thomas, that would require another pretty significant drop, to say the least. 633 is huge by the end of the day. I mean, anything is possible, but as far as it being probable, I don't think we get to 633. I don't really pay attention to currency pairs. Like in the Forex space. But if you are going to pay attention to that, to some, these are the main ones. GBUSD, Euro USD, and USD JPY. Is that what you're asking, trade wins? All right, but everything I pay attention to is this. Okay, let's see, we had a question. George, I was just wondering if you had the trend line drawn on the double bottom, highlighted in the green, or when the triple bottom. Okay, let me reread that. 1 second. Put on a big screen. Let me reread that so I can see. I'll get to your question right here. Okay, there we go. Okay. So question is, I was just wondering if you had the trend line drawn on the double bottom, I highlighted in green, or when the triple bottom. The green arrow just means that that's where I took the puts worked in my favor. Right, so if I have a red arrow, that means I took the puts and the puts didn't work in my favor. So the green means puts played out nicely. So going back to your question, just from my understanding, so again, coming into it, I'm not sure if you were there during that time, close. So coming into it, this was our target. This was our area we wanted to see price come into. So again, this is a trend. This is holding up. Okay, this is holding up initially. Okay, it was holding up initially. We talked about the importance of, hey, you know what? If this, we're short here, we want to see it get below here. That's the first TP. I have to respect that it can't bounce. Once it starts to break, we start to wait for it to push back the downside, all the way through into that final target. As far as triple bottom, yeah, you can make the argument for triple bottom, but it's the same thing as trend line support, trend line resistance. Okay, triple bottom is support. When that flip takes place, it becomes resistance. So this initial level here, of course, this is basically the retest of this trend line, that area. It's also the retest of this level here. So you can see we do have the triple bottom. We bounce, we bounce, we bounce. Okay, that fourth touch leads to that break. Once it breaks, we come back into it, turns into resistance now. The flip already took place. So if it reclaims it, right, it turns back into support. It rejects with clear price action indication, which coincides with that close to that trend line, and it continues to push the downside. So let me know if that answers your question. Okay. So keep in mind, guys, all right, this is covered in the boot camp. Support and resistance are not just horizontal. Okay, you have upward sloping support, downward sloping support. Okay, you have some support that looks like this. Okay, it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to look like that sometimes. Comes into it a little bit. You have a zone. You have support that like this. Okay, and you have support like this. So all three of these are support. Okay, all three of these are support. But the principles of support, even though they're different because they're telling us three different things, the principles of support are universal. Okay, the principles of support here, okay, apply here. So the same rules apply. Same rules apply. Okay, it's just we're traders, they're taught or they're trained to only identify areas of support horizontally. Right? And we cover this in the boot camp in detail. And these three different supports tell us three different things. But the way price interacts with these supports, right, if it breaks below it convincingly, then it becomes resistance on that revisit. Okay? So when you think of support, I don't want you to just only think of support as one way. It's three. Same thing applies to resistance. There's trendline support for uptrends, trendline support for downtrends, and horizontal support. Cool. Yeah, I'd say those are the main ones to pay attention to. And paying attention to those in those optimal times. All right, TradeWin. So if you go down the Forex if you go down to the Forex world, right, USD, JPY, you probably want to trade that during Asian session. Euro USD probably between the kill zone and London session and early New York session. GDP, same thing. GDP USD, same thing. So I'd say these are the three main ones. So that kind of comes into in the watch list there. Felt trying to come to the market, trading the usual suspects. Looking for something else that's not affected by this nonsense going every minute with tweets. Yeah, that's the tough part, guys. It's there's that healthy level of paranoia that's there, especially if you're a trader, right? It's just you don't know what's coming, so you can't fully engage everything with full size all the time. Every single trade, you have to have that extra layer of caution. I think everything is being, to be honest, I think everything is being affected. Right? Commodities, right? The metals trade, that kind of starting to fade slightly. The metals were hot Q3, Q4, beginning of Q1 this year. The rotation trade is, you have to. I'd say if you're trading individual names or sectors, the rotation trade might be the maybe the best way. But again, with that, there's no real rotation because we're seeing synchronized selling, synchronized buying. So just completely, instead of rotating, we just go risk on, risk off. All right. Okay, guys, on that note, we stayed much longer than anticipated. That's okay. We had to provide that coverage for this last breakdown. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Thank you for tuning in today. Tomorrow's Free Trade Friday. If you're looking to join the community, link is pinned in the chat. Make sure to do that. Use the code TRIAL20. If you have any questions, drop it in the chat. If not, guys, we're going to wrap it up here. As always, make sure to like the video, subscribe, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Tomorrow is Free Trade Friday, so if you want to get in and tune in to the pre-market prep, Be there for it. Go through the whole process step by step from game plan crafting all the way to execution, right? All the way through identifying setups, going through the motions. You're going to have to come at 9 a.m. All right. That is available to you in the free tier Discord. I'm going to drop the link to the free tier Discord here so everybody can jump in. All right. I will drop the link in the trade feed there first thing in the morning. Okay. So this is going to be a great opportunity for you to join the free tier Discord for Free Trade Friday. And keep in mind, tomorrow is the draw. All right. I believe there's a maximum of 100 spots. 100 spots on Google Meets, I believe. I'm not sure. I think it's 100. So, first come, first serve. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Robinhood blocked 0 DTE calls, huh? That's interesting. Did they just block the whole thing off, or are they restricting your account? Yeah, Robinhood, I mean, for those of you on Robinhood, great place to start, right? But it's not a great place to stay. It's a great place to start, not a great place to stay. Not sure why they did that, but... All right, any questions, guys? All right, we'll look to wrap it up here. Thank you for tuning in. If you're still in the trenches, exercise caution. We did make that move to the downside, pretty significant move. Going into the close, the most important thing to pay attention to if you're bearish is that weekly downside breaker. Can we get into that territory? 544.73. All right, for a miraculous comeback, the bulls need to drive price all the way back to that daily open, 652.06. Okay, so they need about a $5 pump for them to get there. Is it possible? Anything is possible in these markets. Is it probable? Very low, but it is possible there. So let's see what does take place in the last few minutes. Last hour and some change, hour and a half and some change. Okay. On that note, thank you for tuning in. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.